Dr. Naren Kumar, please can you turn off your mic? Dr. Naren Kumar, your mic is on. Can you put it on silent mode, please?
Okay, ma'am.
Professor Rana Nair will be joining us in the next 5 minutes, and we'll start with our inaugural function thereafter.
इंटरव्यू दे रहे हैं आइकन में ये सूट पहन
नहीं मेरा ऑन हो रहा है, वॉइस जा रही है।
Good morning, sir. Welcome. Well, a very good morning to all the participants. We are starting with our inaugural function. Esteemed and honorable guests of the inaugural function, Professor Rana Nayarji, an eminent scholar, translator, academician. Our guest of honor, Professor S.K. Tripathi ji, an eminent scientist. Our keynote speaker, Professor Vinod Kumar Garg ji, is also an eminent scientist. Our Honorable President of the Managing Committee, Shri Ramlal Gupta ji, Vice President Shri Mahinder Prakash Kansal ji, Treasurer Shri Vishnu Bhagwan Gupta ji, Member Shri Kuldeep Kumar Gupta ji, Madam Raman Kanta Sharma ji, Member Managing Committee, Respected Principal Dr. Aarti Trehan, our august and learned delegates, my colleagues and dear students. It is indeed a pleasure to host this DHE-sponsored one-day international conference on ecology, interpretations, intersections, and interstices, an area that is not only relevant but of utmost importance since our existence depends on it. A total of 215 participants and presenters from across the globe have joined the conference, which definitely adds to our enthusiasm, more so since it is our first ever international conference being hosted by the college. Light is a symbol of brightness and prosperity. As sunlight expels the darkness of night, likewise, blessings bring in our life prosperity and happiness. To make our academic endeavor a blessed one, let us invoke Goddess Saraswati by paying floral tribute and kindling the lamp of knowledge and wisdom. For seeking the choicest blessings, I invite in virtual our honorable guests, Professor Rana Nair sir, Professor S.K. Tripathi sir, our keynote speaker, Professor Vinod Kumar Garg ji, our President of the Managing Committee, Shri Ramlal Gupta ji, Vice President Shri Mahinder Prakash Kansal ji, Treasurer Shri Vishnu Bhagwan Gupta ji, Member Shri Kuldeep Kumar Gupta ji, in virtual again Madam Raman Kanta Sharma ji to light the lamp. I request Principal Ma'am Dr. Aarti Trehan and co-convener of the conference, Dr. Poonam Sivaj, to accompany the dignitaries. I invite Dr. Swarit to present the Saraswati Vandana.
जय 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 हे वीणावादिनी जय 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 हे वीणावादिनी शिव कल्याणी मात भवानी शिव कल्याणी मात भवानी जय 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 हे वीणावादिनी जय 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 हे वीणावादिनी शिव कल्याणी मात भवानी शिव कल्याणी मात भवानी जय 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 हे वीणावादिनी जय 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 हे वीणावादिनी आ आ जय 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 वीणा वादिनी जय 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 हे वीणा वादिनी धन्यवाद
It was wonderful. Thank you so much, Dr. Swarit. In our prayers, we do not ask, rather, we put ourselves in the hands of God as we put in our sincere effort in tasks we undertake. To welcome is to show honor. To welcome is to establish integrity. I now invite our principal, Dr. Aarti Trihan, to deliver the welcome address. Madam.
Good morning to one and all. Honorable Chief Guest, Professor Rana Nair ji, Guest of Honor, Professor S.K. Tripathi ji, Keynote Speaker, Professor Vinod Kumar Garg ji, Respected President, Arya Kanya Mahavidyalaya Shahabad, Shri Ramlal Gupta ji, Vice President, Shri Mahinder Kansal ji, Treasurer, Shri Vishnu Bhagwan Gupta ji, Members, Managing Committee, Shri Kuldeep Gupta ji, Madam Raman Kanta Sharma ji, accomplished speakers, distinguished invited guests, esteemed delegates from India and other countries, members from media, worthy faculty members, convener of conference, Dr. Priyanka Singh, co-convener of conference, Dr. Poonam Sivaj, and members of organizing committee. A very warm greeting to one and all present in this conference. Today is Red Letter Day for Arya Kanya Mahavidyalaya Shahabad, and I as principal of this college welcome you all in the inaugural session of today's Director Higher Education sponsored interdisciplinary international conference on Ecology, Interpretations, Interstices. Friends, ecology enriches our world and is crucial for human well-being and prosperity. It provides knowledge of interdependence between people and nature, which is very vital for food production, maintaining clean air, water, and to sustain biodiversity in changing climate. The cry and call of the environment that we are witnessing is like an iceberg which is posing serious challenge to our existence. The disasters that we are witnessing are just warnings about the interferences we have been causing and the dire consequences it can have. The levels of messing with forests, animals, and land has resulted in environmental degradation all over the globe. The core elements economic growth, social inclusion, and environment protection are interconnected, and it is very crucial to harmonize them for ecological balance. Though we have been from the side who is affecting the environment and balance in nature, but visible changes are missing. One of course, one of the cause is overlooking of the scientific facts by policymakers for one or other reason. But if we have to survive, government needs to listen to scientists and environmentalists. As responsible stakeholders have joined this conference to deliberate on different aspects of ecology and environment and endeavors to make the world a better place, I feel highly honored to welcome our most distinguished chief guest, Professor Rana Nayarji, who is a multifaceted and versatile person and academician of international repute. Hearty welcome you, sir. I would also like to extend a very warm welcome to our honorable guest of honor and outstanding personality, Professor S.K. Tripathi ji, who continuously standing among the top 2% of world scientists list for the past 2 years. Welcome, sir. I also feel highly privileged and glad to welcome our worthy keynote speaker, Professor Vinod Kumar Garg ji, who is also an esteemed personality of international repute. A very warm welcome to you, sir. All the dignitaries on the dais are source of inspiration, and words are not enough to express our sincere gratitude for taking out their precious time and joining us today. We have large number of very diverse and dynamic delegates who have joined this prestigious conference to deliberate in terms of ideas today. Their passion for a balanced ecosystem on Earth for the sake of environment brings them all together at this platform, and I hope this energy can be united to meet the objective of this conference and help the nation to achieve development in all sectors of society. Therefore, there is an opportunity to enrich, expand, and excel for ecological balance. I extend best wishes and congratulations to convener Dr. Priyanka Singh, co-convener Dr. Poonam Sivaj, and whole organizing team for this venture. Thank you all. Jai Hind, Jai Bharat.
Thank you so much, ma'am. Now, as the convener of the conference, I present the theme, short concept note. The entire history of human race bears witness to the progress man has made. Each stage of development has positioned man above the other species who has viewed the world from an anthropocentric view. Unquestionably, man has come to realize and even argue to ascertain his first and foremost right on nature. The fulfillment of his need is primary and necessary. Man's increasing numbers, that is his population, his arguments and approach primarily capitalist. So the approach towards other species and resources has impacted the environment notably. Ecology, as proposed by different scholars, is the study of interrelation between the biotic and the abiotic environment. Through this interconnection, one comes to understand that one life interacts with the other in a peculiar way, sustaining a balance. Though coining of the term ecology is first credited to Ernest in Interstices, and the association between animal and environment can be traced back to the 4th century BC when Theophrastus, Aristotle's disciple, described this correlation as he attempts to address various realms of inquiry. The ecological thought is argued to have developed more vigorously vigorously in the 20th century as it encircled evolutionary concepts influencing even social sciences and humanities. As it includes plants, animals, organisms, weather, landscape, human population, communities, ecology intersects with multiple disciplines, and since most eco-critical works share a common motivation, the troubling awareness that we have reached the age of environmental limits, a time when the consequences of human actions are damaging the planet's basic life support systems. Fields like eco-criticism, ecofeminism, eco-poetics, eco-psychology overlap and converge to meet the common ecological goals. Even when one looks a few years back or a couple of decades into one's own childhood times and weigh it against the present, one finds that the sky is not the same, the air is not the same, the water is not the same. The changes in society, its adjusting culture has consistently metamorphosed the environment. At this point, one may question whether such a change has been or not, or how far nature has been able to present itself in the midst of the change. Has nature been able to speak? Though subtly, such a shift has been voiced as witnessed in the presence of environmental concerns in literary disciplines in the mid 80s and 90s. Environment undoubtedly has caught the attention of the scholars from diverse fields, from anthropology, history, psychology, philosophy, theology, literature, and their perception of nature and ecology has further influenced the genres therein. So with this background and understanding, this particular conference aims to understand the nuances of environment sustainability, understand issues, and identify viable and practical solutions, which is the urgent need of the hour. Thank you so much. So do your little bit of good where you are. It is those little bits of good put together that overwhelm the world. I feel much privileged to present a brief profile of our chief guest, Professor Rana Nayarji, before I hand over the session to him. Professor Rana Nair is a retired professor from the Department of English and Cultural Studies, Punjab University, Chandigarh, where he rendered 37 years of service. He has over 22 books to his name. His main area of interest are world drama, translation studies, literary theory, and cultural studies. A critic, a scholar, and a translator, Professor Rana Nair has been a pioneer in bringing into Punjabi translation a great number of classics from Punjabi literature. As a translator of repute, he has rendered 14 modern classics of Punjabi into English. He has a collection of poems titled Breathing Spaces and 4 critical books published by Routledge and Sahitya Akademi. A multi-dimensional personality that he is, Professor Rana Nair is a committed theatre lover. He has directed over 20 major full-length productions and he has acted in almost as many. Professor Rana Nair has been a Charles Wallace India Trust awardee. He has won commendation awards for translation from British Council and Katha. He also won the Sahitya Akademi's Indian Literature Golden Jubilee Literary Translation Prize for Poetry. So, we are honored to have you with us. I now invite Professor Rana Nair to deliver his inaugural address. So, the next 30 minutes are all yours. Sir, your mic is muted. Sir, your mic is still muted. Sir, I've sent a message. We'll just handle it. Sir, we are doing it. Swati ma'am, you requested to unmute Professor Rana Nayar's mic. Unmute Professor Rana Nayar's mic, please. So there is a little connection issue. So we'll just resolve it in a minute and then we'll get back to you, sir, please. Sorry, sir. Apologies. Sir, can you try unmuting once again? डिसेबल है डिसेबल है Sir, it is unmuted from our end.
Hello. Am I audible now?
Yes, sir, perfectly.
Thank God.
Thank you so much, sir.
All
Your session, sir.
I'm so sorry for all this, but I all I would like to say is that for a moment I felt as if, technology was going to triumph over ecology. But I'm glad that we are back to ecology now. So, but technology can play all kinds of tricks with us. We have to guard ourselves against it. Uh, I would not really go into any preliminaries because we've already lost a lot of time on account of this glitch we had. So I have put together some random thoughts and reflections on the subject of ecology. And these are the thoughts that I'm going to share with you over the next 20 to 25 minutes. It's a small paper. In fact, it's not even a paper. If I have to talk about it, I would say it's a kind of a footnote to what Priyanka read out in the beginning. So, respected principal, Professor Tripathi, Professor Garg, members of faculty, students, and whosoever is listening here, I would like to thank all of them for being there and would like to thank them for their patience as well. Today we are deliberating over this very important and, should I say, an urgent and sensitive issue of ecology. First of all, let me congratulate the organizers, the principal, the faculty members, and of course the conveners of the conference who have chosen this particular theme for discussion. The question of ecology is not purely an academic issue, as its interpretations are bound to affect our lives in more ways than one, and its intersection with other disciplines would help us develop a holistic approach we need to resolve some of the conflicts and dilemmas ecological issues are confronting us with. Let me start off by sounding a word of caution. When it comes to ecology or eco-consciousness, we are not at all in a very happy situation. On the contrary, we are on the brink of a climate disaster that is not simply waiting to happen in the near future, but is already happening here and now as we speak of it, and will probably continue to happen at a much more accelerated pace if we don't do enough to arrest or rather reverse this trend very soon. Who can deny that we are poised at a critical juncture of human history and face a dismal scenario as we reflect on how polluted our air is, how contaminated our rivers and water resources are, how smog-laden our skies are, how fast our forest reserves are depleting, and how perniciously and self-destructively man's limitless greed is pushing the natural resources of our planet to the point of near extinction. To those who think that this is an overdrawn picture of what is happening to our ecology, I must say they are definitely living on some other planet and certainly not on our planet Earth. In the recent times, we have lived through a deadly pandemic called COVID-19, which claimed millions of lives all over the world and most certainly has left all of us, the survivors, completely traumatized for the rest of our lives. One question that we must ask ourselves is, especially in this post-pandemic scenario, why do these pandemics occur at all? History tells us that the pandemics occur at an interval of 100 years or so. And the natural scientists believe that it's the imbalance between the man and his ecology or his environment that often provides the necessary trigger. Of course, one may turn this argument around and say that nature has been created for man, and why should he or she not enjoy the bounties and gifts of nature in whatever manner she deems fit? Isn't that what nature is essentially all about? Isn't that something man has always done ever since this universe, this cosmos was created? In the ancient times, the relationship between the man and nature was one of perfect harmony. Not only did man recognize the fact of his dependence upon nature, but also perceived nature as something larger, bigger, even awe-inspiringly, certainly far more important than himself. That explains why in the Vedic times, all aspects of nature became objects of veneration and worship. Whether it was the sun or the sky, the air, the water, or the fire, all the elements of nature were accorded the divine status and therefore considered worthy of worship. The point is that such a view of life instilled in man's mind a definite reverence and respect for nature, which the modern man or modern men, that is you and me, seem to have lost completely. Imagine the Vedic rishis composed Bhumi Suktas and Prithvi Suktas. I wanted to share some of those suktas with you, but for the paucity of time, I'm unable to do that. But you go to the Rig Veda and you find Bhumi Suktas and Prithvi Suktas. These are hymns in praise of Mother Earth. They mainly remind us that Earth is Mother Earth and must therefore be venerated as one's own mother. Indic tradition tells us that our body is composed of Panchabhutas or Panchatattvas, that is, earth, water, air, fire, and ether. And interestingly, it is also pointed out that even the universe we inhabit also consists of the same elements. The message is clear. You have no choice but to live in harmony with nature, and you must revere nature the way you revere your own mother. Man and nature were essentially seen as part of the same scheme and were expected to contribute to each other's growth and replenishment. It was this kind of holistic and integrated view of life that worked to the mutual advantage of both man and his ecology. It provided stimulus for sustaining and nurturing them both as well. Today, we don't think twice before cutting trees or turning sprawling thick green forests into denuded deserts. We don't think twice before clearing up the forests to create human habitations and urban centers. Our entire project of modernization is all about swallowing up large chunks of land, be it in the villages or the forests, and creating ugly monstrosities out of them. But the Indic tradition never looked upon forest as a wild space inhabited only by the mysterious and deadly animals and or dangerous creatures. It was a place where a man retreated for tapasya, for gaining education. You would recall that most of the rishis, they had their ashrams in the forest. And that's where young princes would go and get their education, of practicing asceticism, and above all, for the exploration of the self. In Brahad Aranyaka Upanishad, which is one of the Upanishads and an important one, which literally means the great wilderness or forest, it is suggested how the self is interconnected with all things, organic and inorganic, living and non living, that constitute the main fulcrum of our universe. Even our epics articulate a deep sense of reverence for our entire ecosystem, reiterating the interdependence of man and nature. In strange, unpredictable ways, in the Ramayana of Rishi Valmiki, one of the early episodes about Rama killing two mating birds could be seen through an ecological lens. This is not my thought. This is what Ramachandra Gandhi has pointed out in one of his essays. It was this act of Rama that recoiled on him and resulted in his separation from his beloved wife Sita on their return to Ayodhya after exile. A lot of people speculate about it as to why Rama decided to send Sita into exile after they had been reunited. I think Valmiki's Ramayana has the answer to it, and we have to look at one of the early episodes in order to find the answer. In the same manner, the Mahabharata narrates an incident in which the Kauravas first sent Pandavas into exile through deceit and subterfuge, and then tried to set fire to the Khandava forest in which the latter were living. Though the Pandavas managed to escape with Krishna's help, the Kauravas destroyed the entire ecosystem of the forest, burning down all creatures, big or small, living and non living. Through this act, Kauravas managed to write their own death warrant and ensured their imminent death and defeat. Too, the message is clear. Be it a thoughtless, as was the case in, in Ramayana, or a contrived act, as is the case in the Mahabharata, destruction of nature in any form only results in total self destruction of man. Surprisingly, it's the same message several centuries later when Guru Nanak Dev Ji proclaims Pavan Guru, Pani Pita, Mata Tarat Mahat, Divas Das, Daudai Daye, Khele Sakal Jagat. Another way of putting it is that eco consciousness was very much literature throws up many examples of how nature was revered and respected until then. The classical literature, both in the East and the West, both in the East and the West, is full of such instances. Even someone like Shakespeare emphasizes the double aspect of nature, indicating how human nature and nature per se, with capital letter, are intimately connected and serve as effective mirror images, reflecting each other's reality, or consciousness. At this stage, we need to ask ourselves, if it was really so, then how and when did the things begin to go wrong? When did man turn hostile to nature and began to accelerate the process of its depredation and destruction, paving the way for his own self-destruction too? My understanding is that though this process of self-destruction had been underway for centuries in a small, imperceptible manner, as man was slowly losing his reverence for nature and also his desire to preserve and nurture it, it really gained momentum once humanity was thrust into this phase of industrialization, urbanization, and modernization. Ironically, it was during the period of enlightenment that man was busy developing an entire apparatus of rationality to support and endorse, even legitimize, his multiple attacks on nature, his willful acts of destruction, and his violence against living and non living forms. For nearly 2 to 3 centuries, we were busy despoiling, pillaging, ruining, and robbing nature of its resources and reserves at an alarming rate. But when the alarm bells started ringing, the scientists, with the scientists making loud noises about the depleting ozone layer, or the temperatures constantly rising worldwide, or the melting glaciers causing unexpected floods, or the climate disaster waiting to overtake us, somewhere in the middle of 20th century, we began to wake up to a new reality surrounding us and started to review our misdeeds, our acts of omission and commission, our heinous acts of violence against nature, even the project of modernity that was behind it all. Then suddenly, ecology became a buzzword, sustainability a new mantra, and development a suspicious project. Modernity came for a serious interrogation, and so did the whole project of modernization. Writers, scholars, and activists jumped onto this new bandwagon of eco awareness and eco friendliness. It was as though the environmentalists had suddenly taken over the reins of our world. In the early 70s, Sundarlal Bahuguna started in Uttarakhand a movement called Chipko movement, whose thrust it was to preserve forests and restore the pristine glory of the green foliage to our planet Earth. Down in the West, Medhapatkar questioned the whole idea of big development and how it was adversely affecting the small men, the ousties, who were rendered homeless on account of the dam being built in the Narmada River basin. Scholars like Claude Alvarez and Vandana Shiva did their bit by raising fundamental questions about how our lives were turning upside down because of the way we were forging ahead thoughtlessly on the path of so called development. In the recent times, a young girl from Sweden, Greta Thunberg, has taken environmental activism to another level by challenging the world leaders for not doing enough for the cause of sustainability and preservation of life and ecology. While all this is going on, it's also a fact that ecological conditions have only been worsening, despite all the efforts of the writers, activists, scholars, scientists, and the governments. The main reason for that is that we have adopted a segmented and not a holistic approach to the ecological issues. We may have created a discipline called environmental sciences in our universities, or parroted theories of eco criticism in our classrooms, but we have failed to raise our eco consciousness to a level of practice where it becomes a living value, not just a life value. Unless we integrate into our lifestyles and our consumption patterns at least some part of that reverence for nature that our ancestors once had, or begin to treat ecology not merely as an academic discipline, but as a way of life, not much change is likely to happen on the ground. While it's important to enter into theoretical debates about ecological change and eco consciousness, I personally think no major change is possible unless we weave ecological consciousness into our lives and do whatever little we can at our own personal level to avert this disaster. Each one of us has to take responsibility for it. We don't have to wait for Thunberg to sound warning bells for us. We don't have to wait for the world leaders to organize another global conference on the climate change. Let us step forward and become the stakeholders in the change we want to see. Let us plant trees if we can. Let us keep our surroundings clean if we can. And let us develop an ethos that makes ecology into a living philosophy, still better, a constant practice of our lives. Above all, let us try and reintegrate nature into our lives in such a way that it becomes our ally all over again. Until that happens, let me assure you, we are all living inside a big bubble, and that big bubble is simply waiting to burst, that too with a bang. Thank you.
Indeed, people have learned not from books, but in the fields, in the woods, on the riverbank. Their teachers have been birds themselves. When they sang to them, the sun, when it left a glow of crimson behind it at setting, the very trees and wild herbs. Thank you so much, sir, for your brief but extremely wonderful session. It is understood that if we surrendered to the earth's intelligence, we could rise up rooted like trees. Thank you so much, sir, once again. It is time that I now invite Professor S.K. Tripathi, and before inviting him, I present his brief profile. Professor S.K. Tripathi is a professor in the Department of Physics, Punjab University, Chandigarh. He is a scientist of repute and is listed in top 2% world scientist list from Stanford University, USA. As an active researcher, Professor S.K. Tripathi has completed 22 research projects and 2 of his projects are still going on. He is engaged in interdisciplinary research and his project on nanoscience has been sanctioned for creating the UGC Center for Excellence in Nano Applications, and that is biomedical applications, worth rupees 3.55 crores. We welcome you, sir. We are much honored to have you with us. I now invite our guest of honor, Professor S.K. Tripathi, for his address. Sir.
Good morning to all of you, and very interesting information has been provided by Nat. Yes, sir. Thank you very much. Now, before starting my job, the first of all, I would like thanks to Principal Madam, Dr. Artis Prehan, convener of the conference, Dr. Priyanka Singh, co-convener of the conference, Dr. Poonam Siwaj, and his team. So, I will take something about the technology which is playing a big role in the daily life, and today we are sitting at a very far places but very near to each other just due to the technology. And for this one, for this technology, semiconductors has played a major role. All of you are knowing that the nature has three different type of things: metals, insulators, and semiconductors. During the COVID period, it was very difficult to supply from the different companies of the chips which are made from the semiconductors, and due to which what will happen, lot of devices which are made from the different countries or different companies, the supply chain is broken, and due to which even today we are not in a position to get the chip supplies in a proper manner, what we can say. Lot of things have been written about the semiconductor industry, that is the chip shortage, the CHIPS Acts, our dependence on Taiwan and China and South Korea and all those things, though we are more than 140 crore people are living in our country, but today we are not in a position to develop the semiconductor devices and wafers of silicon till today. But despite all this talk about chips and semiconductors, one should understand how the industry is structured. And this is, we are knowing that we are seeing the digital transformation of everything nowadays. And semiconductors, basically chips that process digital information, which is present almost in everything, maybe computers, cars, home appliances, medical equipments, all those things are there. And companies, they are selling more than $600 billion worth of chips in the last years. Okay, and these companies in semiconductor ecosystems, they are making chips and sell them to the companies and government agencies. And those companies and government agencies, then they are designing the chips into the systems and devices like iPhones, personal computers, aeroplanes, cloud computing, and so on. And then they are selling them to the consumers, businessmen, and governments. The revenue of products that contains chips is worth tens of trillions of dollars. At given how large it is, one can say the industry remains a mystery to most of the people in the world. It is a business which manipulates materials an atom at a time, and its factories cost tens of billions of dollars to build. By the way, that wafer has 2 trillion transistors on it. All of us are knowing that silicon is a material which is used for making such type of devices. And that wafer that has 2 trillion transistors in a single wafer or so. These semiconductor industries, they have different types of structuring. Basically 7 different types of companies are there, and each of these distinct industry segments, they feed its resources up the value chain to the next until finally a chip factory, which is known as a fab, that has all the designs, equipment, and materials necessary to manufacture a chip here. Taken, if we are discussing about the different semiconductor industries, so there are different segments out there, like chip intellectual property, IP cores, electronic designing, automation, EDA tools, specialized materials like silicon, germanium, and all those things, wafer fab equipment which make the chips, fabless chip companies, integrated device manufacturers, and chip foundries. So these are the 7 different type of companies which are involved in making the chips. Detail about these, each of these 7 semiconductor industries are basically, let us start first the chip intellectual property course. The design of a chip may be owned by a single company or may be different also. Some companies license their chip designs in the form of software building blocks, which are also known called as IP cores for different wide applications. There are more than 150 companies which sell the chip IP cores which they are making. Let us example our Apple licenses. All of us are knowing Apple tablets, mobile phones, and all those things. So Apple licenses IP cores from ARM, which is a building block of their microprocessors in their iPhones and computers. The second one is the electronic design automation tools. So engineers, they are designing chips, that is adding their own designs on top of any IP cores which they have bought using specialized electronic design automation software. The industry is dominated by 3 US vendors, that is Cadence, Mentor, now part of Siemens, and Synopsys. These are the 3 industries which are basically involved in making some type of things. It takes a large engineering team using these EDA tools. 2 to 3 years basically they are taking to design a complex logic chip like a microprocessor which is used in iPhones, computers, or servers. Today, if you see, as logic chip continue to become more complex, all electronic design automation companies are beginning to insert artificial intelligence adds to automate and speed up the process chip IP core, because there is a limitation above which you cannot insert the large number of devices in a single wafer. So what now the scientists are doing, technologists are doing, they are basically inserting the artificial intelligence adds to automate and speed up the process of chip IP cores. The different factories which are making chips, they need to buy specialized materials and chemicals, and I have already told you the silicon is one of the materials. So silicon wafers, to make those they need crystal growing furnaces which are made. Once again I am repeating this thing, our country till today is not in position to grow the single crystal of silicon which is of electronic grade. And for growing such type of silicon crystal, more than 100 gases those are used. These may be oxygen, nitrogen, carbon dioxide, hydrogen, argon, helium, and other exotic or toxic gases like fluorine, nitrogen, trifluoride, arsine, phosphine, boron, trifluoride, diboron, silane, and the list of different gases are there, maybe there. Different fluids which are used for such type of lithography purposes like photoresist, top coatings, CMP slurries, photomask, wafer handling equipment, dicing, RF generators, and so on. For making these chips, we need the wafer fab equipment. These machines physically manufacture the chips. 5 different companies which are dominating in this field, those are Applied Materials, KLA, LAM, Tokyo Electron, and ASML, which are producing such type of thing. And these machines are basically, these are most complicated and expensive machines. They take a slice of an ingot of silicon and manipulate its atoms on and below the surface. Now these machines are used a bit later on fabless chip companies. These system companies are Apple, Qualcomm, Nvidia, Amazon, Facebook, and so on, that previously used the self chips now design their own chips. They create chip designs using IP cores and their own designs and send the designs to foundries that have fabs which manufacture them. They may use the chips exclusively in their own devices like in Apple, Google, Amazon, and so on. Or they may sell the chips to everyone like in AMD, NVIDIA, Qualcomm, Broadcom, and so on. So this may be there. They do not.
एक आर्टिफिशियल इंटेलिजेंस बच्चों के लिए लेक्चर भी रखवा देते हैं फिर अगर ऐसा है तो।
They do not own wafer fab equipment
हाँ
or use specialized materials or chemicals. They do use chip IP and electronic design software to design the chips. Okay, so
सही। अब तैयार करते हैं इस लेक्चर को और बना के रख लो मनीषा,
in fact,
कहीं भी जाना पेपर देने, पेपर दे के आएंगे कहीं ना कहीं लेक्चर के लिए बुला लो आर्टिफिशियल इंटेलिजेंस
manufacture
के लिए।
their fabs and sell their own chips. They do not make chips for other companies. There are three categories of IDMS like memory, logic, and analog. They have their own fab but may also use foundries. The average cost of tapping out a new leading edge chip, which is of the size 3 nanometer, is now around $500 or so. The foundries, they make chips for others in their fabs. They buy and integrate equipment from a variety of manufacturers, and also they design unique process using this equipment to make the chips, but they do not design the chips. Taiwan is the leader in logic. Samsung is the second. Other fabs specialize in making chips for analog, power, RF, displays, secure military, and so on. It costs around 20 billion to build a new generation chip of the size 3 nanometer or so fabrication plant fabs. Fabs are sought for fabrication plants, the factory that makes chips, and IDMS, that is integrated device manufacturers, and foundries, they both have the fabs. So the only difference is whether they make chips for others to use or sell or make them for themselves to sell. If you think a fab is nothing, it is just like a book printing plant. So if you compare the book printing plant and the fab lab, so in a book printing plant, just as an author writes a book using a word processor, similarly in fab, an engineer designs a chip using electronic design automation tools. An author contacts with a publisher who specializes in their genre and then sends the text to a printing plant. An engineer in a fab selects a fab appropriate for their type of chip, that is memory, logic, RF, or analog. So this is a comparison. In the printing plant buys paper and ink. However, a fab buys raw materials like silicon, chemicals, and gases. The printing plant buys printing machinery, presses, binders, trimmers. The fab buys wafer fab equipment, etchers, where the etching process is taking place, deposition, lithography, that is for making the masking and all those things, testers, and packaging. The printing process for a book uses offset lithography, filming, stripping, blueprints, plate making, binding, and dripping. However, in the fab lab, chips are manufactured in a complicated process, manipulating atoms using etchers, deposition, and lithography. So if you think of it as an atomic level offset printing, the wafers are then cut up and the chips are packaged. So the book printing plant turns out millions of copies of the same book. The same plant turns out millions of copies of the same chip. While this sounds simple, it is not so easy. It is a very complicated process. So the chips are probably the most complicated products ever manufactured in the nature. There are different fab issues. As chips have become denser, means with trillions of transistors on a single wafer, trillions of transistors, you can imagine now. The cost of building fabs have skyrocketed. Around more than 10 billion dollar is required for one chip factory. So it is one of the reason is that the cost of the equipment needed to make the chipset is skyrocketed. Just one advanced lithography machine from ASML, which is a Dutch company, that costs more than $150 million or so. And there are 500 plus machines in the fab is required. Not all machines will have the cost $150 million or so. There are some machines which are less also. So the fab building is incredibly very complex. It requires a clean room where the chips are made is just the tip of the iceberg of a complex set of plumbing, feeding gases, power, liquids, all at the right time and temperature into the wafer fab equipment. The multi-billion dollar cost of staying at the leading edge has meant most companies have dropped out. In 2001, there were 17 companies making the most advanced chips, and today it is less than that. Today, only two companies, one is Samsung in Korea and TSMC in Taiwan, they are making such type of complicated chips and all those things. Given that China believes Taiwan is a province of China, this could be problematic for the West countries also. So it is getting much harder to build chips that are denser, means more and more number of devices should put in a single wafer, faster and use less power. So what is next? This is a question to the scientists, technologists. Instead of making a single processor which do all the work, logic chip designers, they are putting multiple specialized processors inside a chip. Memory chips are now made denser by stacking them around 100 plus layers or more. As chips are getting more complex to design, which means larger design teams and longer time to market, electronic design automation companies are embedding artificial intelligence to automate parts of the design process. Equipment manufacturers are designing new equipment to help fabs lab, which make chips with lower power, better performance, optimum area to cost, and faster time to market. So what I want to tell you, technology is very, very important, but one should use in a positive manner, not in the negative manner or so. That will help in the ecology system. So with this, I am concluding my lecture here. Thanks to once again to the organizers. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, sir. It was a delight listening to you. To forget how to dig the earth and to tend the soil is to forget ourselves. The sooner we understand, realize, and change our attitude, the better world we would make. It is time now that I introduce our keynote speaker, Professor Vinod Kumar Garg. He has joined us, yes. So Professor Vinod Kumar Garg is a professor at Center for Environmental Science and Technology, Central University of Punjab, Bhatinda. In addition to his teaching and guiding assignments, Professor Vinod Kumar Garg is an avid researcher who has undertaken research projects and industrial consultancy. An avid researcher, Professor Garg has more than 265 publications to his credit. He has commendable citation index with a Scopus H index of 35 and Google Scholar H index of 42. He has been to 12 countries owing to his research assignments, and he's honored with various awards as well, some of which include Outstanding Reviewer Award from Elsewhere, Thomson Reuters India Citation Award, to name a few. Words would fall short to do justice to his rich profile, but I have to consider the time constraint as well. So we are highly honored to have you with us as our keynote speaker. The session is all yours, sir.
Thank you, Dr. Priyanka. I just want to have a confirmation whether I am audible or not. Am I audible?
Audible, sir.
Thank you very much. So, first of all, I am thankful to the college and to the organizers of this event that they have given me a chance to share my views about environment and the present problems which we are facing in the environment. Friends, since the man has appeared on this earth, the three main revolutions which have been happened on this earth, they have done a lot of damage to the environment and biodiversity. The very first revolution was when man came to know how to lit the fire. Because once man came to know lit the fire, lot of damage was done by that to the biodiversity and environment. Second revolution was when man came to know how to do agriculture. In this process of doing agriculture, lot of forests, lot of land was cleared, and that has done a lot of damage to the environment. And third one is industrial revolution that was started somewhere in 1850s. That has been the most dangerous thing till now. Because before that, whatever man was doing, everything was organic in nature, that was not toxic in nature, that was not biorecalcitrant, means whatever earlier things were, they were biodegradable. But since the industrial revolution had started, many, you can say, toxic, hazardous and non-biodegradable things have been introduced in the environment. In recent decades, one more revolution had started, that is IT revolution. I really don't know what will be the impact of this IT revolution with the time on the environment. I think only the future will tell that how this IT has affected our environment, biodiversity, and mankind. I have prepared one PPT for this, and that I'll be sharing with you. Friends, here I have shown you some of the photographs. And is this visible? Please, will anybody confirm that?
Visible, sir.
Okay, thank you very much.
Visible, sir, visible.
Yeah, so here I have shown that we are facing all kind of problems with the air, we are facing all kind of problems with the water, and we are facing all kind of problems with the soil. If I come to India, friends, on one side we say that we are Vishwaguru, we have invented this. No doubt about this, that lot of inventions have been done in India. I have compiled a few here. If I come to the languages, Sanskrit, which is called as mother of languages, that emerged here. Diamonds, they are also a discovery of India. Lighting the pyres, means the burning the dead bodies, that is considered as one of the best system, and that also developed here. Yoga, meditation, Ayurveda, astrology, even the zero number, you know that zero was invented by Aryabhatta. Bhaskaracharya, a great Indian scientist, he calculated the time taken by the earth to orbit the sun. Then even in our Sanskrit literature, Anu word has been used, that is for atom. And another very important thing is that in last 10,000 years, India has not invaded any country, means very tolerant country. India was full of resources, full production was here. Here one picture, this picture is showing that even we were having the, you can say, toilet system, we were having the proper sewage disposal system. We were having the world's first university in Takshila about 700 BC. At one time, there were more than 10,000 students, and more than 60 subjects were taught over there. Secondly, you all know about Nalanda University, and means lot of achievements have been done over there with time. And because of this prosperity, number of greedy people, number of needy eyes, they invaded India. They plundered India's wealth. They plundered India's nature and they destroyed India like anything. Ultimately, in 1947, this country was divided into two parts. 1971, country was divided into three. Friends, if I talk today, the India in which we are living, we are a population of more than 140 crore. Our all resources are depleting. Food is a issue, water is a issue, energy is a issue. This is the time when we have to redesign our lifestyle so that our future generations can have water, food, energy. Means we have to redesign our life cycle so that we can have natural resources for our future generation. This is the time to prepare, friends. Yes, whenever I travel to different places, or whenever you too travel to different places, you can tell, even whenever you are away from, say, 4 kilometer, 5 kilometer away from any city or village, you can tell that now we are going to reach some city or some village, because these are the heaps of the garbage. This is the, you can say, open defecation, open disposal of the waste that welcome you. These are some of the photographs when I travel in Haryana at different places. Yes, recently I was called by Guwahati municipality because they have a mountain of the garbage. We call it legacy solid waste. What to do of this waste? So I had a discussion over there with the rag pickers, those who are picking the waste from that heap or from that mountain of the garbage. So these people with whom I am sitting in one of the photographs, they told me that they are collecting different materials, and we are 120 families which are living near this garbage site, and our livelihood is dependent upon picking up some valuable items from this heap. So from this, ultimately, we can say that this waste is not a waste, rather this is a resource that has been placed at a wrong place. So this is the duty of this is the duty of all the students to find out the ways that how we convert this waste into valuable resource. You might be knowing, you may have read in different newspapers that nowadays NGT is giving very stringent orders with respect to the removal of this waste that has been dumped from years and years in the outskirts of our cities. Recently, Delhi was fined 300 crore rupees because of the waste disposal. Haryana government has been given some time, I think, that by this time you handle your this legacy waste which you have disposed around your cities, otherwise we will take action against you. So this is you people, my dear students, those can come forward to develop something that how to handle this waste. So again, these are some of the pictures which are showing that this is not a waste, rather this is a resource. Yes. Recently, mankind faced a problem. That was the problem of the COVID. And during COVID, lot of solid waste has piled up. And the disposal and treatment of that waste itself is a challenge for our urban local bodies. You know what happened in the waste? Number one, everywhere this was lockdown. So nobody was there to pick the waste. Side by side, lot of infectious waste has been added, medical waste particularly because of this COVID treatment of the patient and that all. So the treatment of this waste itself is a big challenge for we people. Here some of the photographs I am showing you that how this COVID waste is going to the mainstream solid waste. And I really don't know how this waste will be treated and how we are going to handle this waste, particularly in India. Friends, in 2015, sustainable development goals were given. Basically, that is a call to action to achieve the peace and prosperity by the 203 years. 2030, and the basic objective this is, you can say, let nobody is living in the poverty, everybody is having food, you can say better climate, that all these are the 17 sustainable goals. And there are three main areas. One is the economic area, one is the social, and third one is the environment. And there is a overlapping of all the three. Means to achieve these sustainable development goals by 2030, we need sustainable development. In 2021, there was 26th conference of parties in Glasgow. On India's part, this was our honorable Prime Minister who participated over there. The main theme of COP26 was reduction in the carbon dioxide emission by 1.5% to the pre-industrial era. And our Prime Minister has promised to the world that we will be able to achieve this target by 2070. Means approximately 50 years from now, we will be able to achieve the targets of the carbon dioxide emission to the pre-industrial era after 50 years. So no government, no Prime Minister can achieve. This is we people that we have to work, that how do we reduce our carbon footprints. And by reducing our carbon footprints, only you can say our nation can achieve the target which our Prime Minister has promised to the world. Yes. Here I have shown all the 17 sustainable development goals: no poverty, zero hunger, good health and well-being, quality education. You know, a lot of things are going on in the education field, NEP, etc. These all are because of this sustainable development goal number 4. Then clean water and sanitation, then clean energy, then decent workplace, and some are related with the climate action, some are related with sustainable cities, green cities. These are the sustainable development goals. Yes, friends, Government of India had started 2 flagship programs. One is Swachh Bharat program, and other one is the Namami Gange program. In Swachh Bharat program, actually this has been started in rural areas as well as in urban areas. In rural areas, particularly the open defecation and the garbage which is generated over there, those have been targeted. And in the urban areas, the solid waste which is generated our cities, that has been targeted. The main emphasis has been given in Swachh Bharat Abhiyan to have the toilets in the rural India. And as per the government claims on the ministry website, 99% area of the country has been covered and they are having the toilets. I think a lot of work is going on in urban areas also. And second phase of this Swachh Bharat program has already been started. More than 60,000 crore rupees have already been spent on this Swachh Bharat Abhiyan. The another program is the Namami Gange program, although this program was existing earlier also under the name of Ganga Action Plan. In Namami Gange program, the main objective is to clean the rivers of India. In the a number of projects have been started for the cleaning of river Ganga. A few I'm going to tell you. One of them is the sewage treatment plants. A study carried out by Central Pollution Control Board has clearly indicated that 75% pollution of the river Ganga is due to the disposal of sewage, and remaining is due to the disposal of industrial waste and some runoff from the agricultural field. So the main emphasis has been given to the diversion of or treatment of sewage that is going to the river Ganga, and for that new sewage treatment plants have been installed. A number of, you can say, bunds have been made to divert the sewage from the river Ganga at those places where it is not possible to have a sewage treatment plant. Then in several cities, you know, particularly in Banaras, the dead bodies are burnt on the ghats of the river Ganga, and many times half burnt body or unburnt bodies are disposed in the river Ganga, and they are doing a lot of pollution over there. So For that, the concept of electric crematorium has been given. Dhobi ghats have been made at a number of places to control the pollution that is done by the washing of clothes and that all. So this kind of, you can say, programs have been started under Namami Gange project to clean the river Ganga, but still lot of efforts are required to clean the river Ganga. And again, I'll say that these are not the policies, these are not the government programs which can make the clean to the river Ganga. Rather, this is the contribution of common man, and common man has to decide himself or herself that how his activities can protect river Ganga. Yes, friends, this picture was very common, circulated in, you can say, social media. Basically, this picture is from a research paper which I have taken. This man has found these masks which have been disposed at the public places, near the water bodies, near the sea, near the ocean. So again, we have to educate ourselves that how we do the proper disposal of the infected medical waste. Yes, this is the another picture that I have taken from that research paper, which clearly indicate that infected waste is disposed in the ocean and sea, and from there that is infection goes to the sea animals, and there is a danger to those people those are eating those sea animals as seafood. Again, we have to think that how to handle this waste, because this waste is going to affect our ocean biodiversity.
Sir, may I interrupt you a little? Sir, I think your slides are not moving.
Just 1 minute. I can restart. Give me a second, please. Give me a second. Is this visible now? Can anybody confirm?
Yes, yes, sir, visible.
Okay, so I was showing this photograph that how the waste has been disposed in the ocean and how this may affect the sea animals and how that infection via seafood can enter to the public. Yes, this is another very disturbing photograph. Once I was traveling from Bhatinda to Hisar, and that time I found on the way that how the medical waste has been disposed along the agricultural fields, and there are all chances of we people to get infection. I think you all might have seen this kind of things in your area. And friends, this is another problem which we are facing. There are two major equipments particularly in the healthcare system which contain mercury. One of them is the thermometer, and second one is the this BP apparatus. We call it sphygmomanometer, something like that. They both contain mercury. If I ask you, you all might have this thermometer at your home, and many a times it is broken, and we really don't know where that mercury is going. That was in that thermometer. We really don't know. We generally dispose it with the solid waste. And I tell you, one thermometer is having approximately 2 grams of mercury, and 1 gram of mercury is sufficient to pollute 1 acre, a lake of the size of 1 acre. So again, we have to think that how to handle this kind of discarded item so that these waste don't enter into our environment. Yes. Now with this background, I want to talk to you that how we do the management of our environment and what the government of Haryana is doing with respect to this environmental management. Friends, we have 3-4 options by which we can plan environmental management. The very first plan is the legal strategy. There should be some law, there should be certain regulations for the management of this waste. Second one is the preventive steps, because we all know that prevention is better than cure. Prevent, correct? Third one is if some kind of damage has already happened to something in the environment, we do its treatment. And once the treatment has been done, we should not leave it as such, we should always have the periodic follow-up, whether it is okay or not. So this is the general strategy which we have for any kind of environmental management plan. These are the 4 steps. Yes, this is the list of the environmental related laws which we have. You know, before 1972, we were not having much environment or pollution related laws. In 1972, there was Earth Summit, first Earth Summit in Stockholm, and Mrs. Indira Gandhi, the then Prime Minister, participated into that. And in her lecture, she said one line that I am coming from a country where 50% people don't know that what we should do. So what to say of the environmental management over there? But when she came back, the very first act that was passed, that was the Water Prevention and Control of Pollution Act in 1974. And then a number of other acts and regulations have been passed in India. I don't know how effective these are. These are not 100% effective, but certainly some impact is there of these laws. Government of Haryana is having a number of departments which are contributing to the environment protection. Some of the departments which I have mentioned here are Department of Agriculture and Welfare, Department of Animal Husbandry and Dairying, Department of Environment, Fisheries Department, Forest Department, Rural Development, Haryana State Pollution Control Board, Forest and Wildlife Department, and environmental courts. I think one of the environmental court of Haryana is in Kurukshetra, and I think second one is in Faridabad or Gurgaon, somewhere there. So it means government is doing its efforts for the environmental management, but we common men also have to do something for the protection of this environment. Friends, presently, if I talk about solid waste management, the most commonly adopted methods are open dumping and open burning. You all might have seen people take their waste in the plastic waste and throw it in the open areas. And many a times in your city, every city, you will see that shopkeepers, even in households, they collect all the waste in the street and they just burn it. And these are the most dangerous methods of the solid waste disposal. So recently I was in China. There is one university, and that university is the University of Food Waste Management. Means on this particular topic, one university has been started in China. Because
Excuse
food
me,
waste.
sir.
Yes, please.
Sir, we'll have to wind up in 5 minutes.
I will wind up. No
Okay,
problem.
thank you, sir. Thank you.
So in China, they have started one university only with respect to the food waste management, and food waste itself is a very big issue all over the world. So a number of methods are there presently, that is composting, vermicomposting, biomethanation. You can say pyrolysis and development of some kind of animal feed. And means what I want to say, that presently most of the money of different urban local bodies is going for the collection and disposal of the waste, and very little money is there for the treatment of the waste. We have to think that how these technologies can be used for the treatment of this solid waste. That is a very big danger to our biodiversity and general environment. Recently in 2021, 17 single-use plastic items have been banned. You all might be knowing that 17 items they have been banned, and but still these are available in the market. I think we all have to take an oath that we will not be using these single-use plastic. And from this year, from December last year, it has been made compulsory by Government of India that no plastic less than 120 micron will be available or will be used in India. But unfortunately, this plastic of much lesser thickness is available in the market. So I think we should educate ourselves, we should educate other people that we should not use this single-use plastic or lesser thickness plastic, because this is a very big danger to our biodiversity and to our environment and to the mankind in journal. Yes, I will talk about this one more waste, e-waste. E-waste is a very big challenge, and this is going to be a big challenge for everybody in the future, because developed countries are dumping their waste in the underdeveloped countries, and a lot of e-waste by the developed countries in dumped in India also. So we have to think about this waste also. We have to make such laws how we can stop the dumping of this e-waste from the countries to uh, uh, India. So friends, when Allah time allotted to me has been completed. So thank you very much to the organizers. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. We really wanted all us girls, which we had to, construct that's all we need to, save our own existence. For that, we need to start acting. I now invite Dr. Poonam Sivaj for vote of thanks. Thank you, Dr. Priyanka Singh. So, a very good morning to Excellencies, our distinguished management members, all delegates, and dear students. It's my honor to present the formal vote of thanks of this inaugural session. Cultivate the habit of being grateful for every good thing that comes to you and to give thanks continuously. And because all things have contributed to your advancement, you should include all things in your gratitude. So we will honor to have such distinguished personalities in the inaugural session of this international conference. We rarely get this kind of opportunity to listen to the words of such great personalities. So first of all, we are thankful to our chief guest, Professor Rana Nair, retired professor, Department of English and Cultural Studies, Punjab University, Chandigarh, for sparing his valuable time and giving his valuable insights on balance between nature and man in ancient times. And with the advancement, this balance has been disturbed. So it is a high time to think about it. So thank you, sir. Thank you very much for giving such a nice presentation. Now we are also extend our thanks to Professor S.K. Tripathi, Department of Physics, Punjab University, Chandigarh, for his enlightening talk. He is a person of simple living, high thinking, and he is totally dedicated to his work. Tripathi sir has very well explained about semiconductor industry. Almost every device we are using in this advanced era consists of semiconductor chips. So for research scholars, there is a lot of scope in this field. So the need of R is how to fabricate these semiconductor chips in an environment-friendly manner. Thank you, sir, for spending your time for our conference in spite of being so much busy schedule, as sir is very much preoccupied with his research, teaching and administrative work in the university. It is worthwhile to mention that as per Stanford University, USA, sir's name is included in 2% World Scientist list. So thank you, sir. Thank you for being part of our conference. Thank you, sir. Now we are also grateful to Professor Vinod Kumar Garg, Center of Environmental Science and Technology, Central University of Punjab, Bhatinda, for gracing our conference. He has explained very well about Indian heritage. Now there is a crisis of food, energy, water. So we have to design our systems in such a manner so that there can be sustainable development without depleting, without deteriorating our natural resources. So thank you, sir. Thank you very much for such an enlightened talk. So, and last, we are thankful to all the delegates from India and abroad for giving us such an overwhelming response. We have more than 215 participants in our conference, And still we are getting calls for registration. Please open the link. So very successful. We can say very successful of SEC conference we are going to organize today. So thank you all the participants. And so we hope for long-term collaborations and hope to invite you soon physically also. So thank you all. So this is our inaugural session wind up. So now there will be a tea break. We will start our next session at 11:45. So please be with us at sharp 11:45. Thank you. Dear participants, we are taking a short break of 10 minutes. We'll start at 11:45. Our first plenary speaker is Professor KP Singh.
The Teachers Democratic Front. Professor Singh is proud alumnus of Delhi University with a gold medalist master degree in agriculture from Meerut University. Dr. Singh is the first faculty in department who successfully completed 3 major projects funded by Defense Research and Development Organization and UGC as principal investigator. He successfully supervised 12 doctoral theses, 33 MPhil dissertation, and 125 master projects. Professor Singh has authored 12 books, 16 edit books, and 111 research papers in journals, 27 conference papers, 25 book chapters, and more than 20 book reviews, and still regularly publishing his research in various national and international journals. Since joining the profession, he is the life member of various national, international associations such as Indian Library Association, Delhi Library Association, Public Library Association, Indian Association of Special Library Center, Indian Association of Teachers of Library and Information Science, and Society for Information Science, etc. For multifaceted personality and extraordinary contribution to library science education, research, and service. Several national and international professional bodies recognize his work with prestigious awards like Satkar Young Librarian Award in 2011, DLA Distinguished Faculty Award in 2017, DLA Professional Excellence Award for Working Allies Leader in 2018, SPL Best Teacher Award in 2018, CGLA Academic Excellence Award in 2019, Asian Academic Leadership Award in 2020, Indian Librarian Pride Award in 2022, and Vishwa Hindi Sahitya Parishad Vishwa Bhageshwari Samman in 2023. It was difficult for me to do justice while presenting the profile of Mr. Singh within a couple of minutes, but I tried my best. And we are highly honored to have you with us in today's conference with us, sir. Welcome, sir. Once again, welcome. Now I invite Professor K.P. Singh to join the session and share your valuable views with our delegates. Please welcome, sir.
Namaskar. Very good morning to all. Thank you, Rajender ji, for nice introductions and making my task difficult by saying such a beautiful and wonderful words. Let me at very outset congratulate and express my deep gratitudes. The entire Nari Shakti ko mera naman, Nari Shakti ko mera vandan. The convener of the program, Dr. Priyanka Singh, co-convener Dr. Poonam Sivach, the dynamic principal of Arya Khanna Mahavidyalaya and the administrator, Dr. Madam Aarti Trahan, dear distinguished participants from the different cross sections of the discipline, different parts, different subjects. Indeed, it's a great pleasure and personal pride for me that I am with you in this lovely morning in a very interesting topic. Your topic is also very interesting. International Conference on Ecology, then I3. Interpretations, intersections, and intersects. Indeed, it's a time of ecology. And when we take into ecology in biological context, it is a balance between the biodiversity and its surroundings. And nature is the biggest balancer, judgmental, and they have their own balance. And I am very happy that the same concept is derived from the diversity of the ecology of the biologist domain and applied to the human domain. And human domain it also very much require a balance between the human beings and its surroundings. सबसे पहले तो मैं आपको इस बात की भी बधाई देना चाहता हूं कि कुरुक्षेत्र जो अधर्म पर धर्म की विजय की पताका का एक प्रतीक है, जहां से हमारा हिस्टोरिकल ग्रंथ, मैं समझता हूं कि सारे मैनेजमेंट, सारी पॉलिटिक्स, सारे लॉजिक, एथिक्स, फैमिली रिचुअल्स का बेस है, वो हमारी भगवत गीता का उत्पत्ति उस क्षेत्र से हुई, उस प्रांत से हुई, उस कुरुक्षेत्र से हुई जहां से आपका कॉलेज कनेक्टेड है। और मैं समझता हूं कि महाभारत को मैं जब देखता हूं या भगवत गीता को जो देखता हूं, तो मुझे कहने में ये गर्व होता है कि ऐसे ग्रंथ पर हजारों नोबेल पुरस्कार कुर्बान। ये है हमारे उस खूबसूरती, और आप उस खूबसूरती प्रांत से आते हैं, उस डिस्ट्रिक्ट से आते हैं, आपको बहुत बहुत बधाई। मैं एक जनरल टॉपिक पे आपके साथ बात करना चाहता हूं, बिकॉज यू ऑल आर एजुकेशनिस्ट, directly or indirectly you are connected with the education sectors and different subject. The NAP, which is a very ambitious program of the government of India, has been implemented. I will speak the digital governance, disruptive technology, and changing landscape in higher education. I believe you, the entire participant, connected with the higher education domain with a different subject. I try my best to be in the very brief. Let me try to share. Is it visual, please? प्लीज मुझे इंडिकेट कर दीजिए।
Yes, sir.
ओके, सो डिजिटल गवर्नेंस, digital transformations and disruptive technology, changing landscape of higher education in context of national education policy. My dear participants, why I have chosen this topic? We undergone since last couple of years in a great setback and environment where everything was in dark. There was no ray of hope. Then this digital transformation already existed, but we not completely prepare that the entire system we will go for transformations. So in this context, the entire landscape of learning, teaching, evaluation, education, delivery of lectures, tutorials, seminar had changed. Almost 2 years we were on the online platforms. And this, I always believe that we should try to find out the prosperity in adversity. People generally talk about adversity in adversity. But during this COVID pandemic, we find many ways as a prosperity. And one was that now this technology, especially digital technology, has break all boundaries. And now this is one of the examples that we are connected through this virtual mode. We are doing our task simultaneously, multitask simultaneously, but we are in a learning process. So in this context, I have taken digital governance because everything is going to be governed by digitally. And we already govern digitally. And this E, if you see here the E as a prefix, E means I'm talking about the electronics, which is binary digits I'm talking about. And this had changed. If you prefix a E, the entire concept is changed, entire business is changed. Journal to e-journals, magazine to e-magazines, learning to e-learning, banking to e-banking, ticketing to e-ticketing. You see the miracle of this E, and I am afraid total today the entire environment is electronically. We are talking electronically, we are walking electronically, we are bathing electronically, we are examining electronically, we are conducting our presentation electronically. We are transferring our amount electronically. Even we are transferring our emotions electronically. I'm afraid as a life science student, tomorrow maybe the e-father or e-brothers, e-mothers. Maybe it may be possible in futures because the robot is there, drones is there, artificial systems is there. So in this context, what are their applications in the higher education? So in this context, I have taken digital governance, digital transformation, disruptive technology. So this, everything is changing in context. And my dear friends, we should not afraid at all any kind of change. Change, we should always take as a positive sense. Change is, अगर यूनिवर्स में कुछ कांस्टेंट है वो चेंज है. नथिंग इज परमानेंट, दैट इज चेंज. और जो चेंज को एक्सेप्ट करते हैं, एडॉप्ट करते हैं, वो आगे बढ़ जाते हैं, सक्सेसफुल हो जाते हैं, कामयाब हो जाते हैं. 200 साल पहले चार्ल्स डार्विन ने, while he was working on the this origin of species, selection of plants, 200 साल पहले एक स्टेटमेंट दिया था कि it is not the questions of greatest species will survive. It is the question of adaptation and change. Only varieties, only species will survive which has the ability to change or ability to adapt. Otherwise, we become one day as dinosaurs. And I'm giving one example of and that oscillations, absolute of the technological change, nothing is called disruptive technology, which disrupt entire landscape, entire structures. And we had one example, maybe 20, maybe 15 years back, if you recall, when the mobile phones entered in the domain of social life, there was only one king of the mobile handset, that was the Nokia. And today there is no, even hardly you find any gadgets or any smartphone of Nokia. It collapsed. Why it has collapsed? Because it can't change its business models or its technology as the peoples are changing very fast. So accordingly, we have to change our systems. Accordingly, we have to change our pedagogies. Accordingly, we have to change our systems. Accordingly, we have to change our governance systems. Now you see that the miracles, the benefits of the UPI-based transactions and payments, which not only reduce the corrections, it also provides the efficient transactions without any interruptions. So that I'm talking about it and how it is applicable in the educations. So what is digital governance? It's a framework for establishing accountability roles, decision-making and change management authorities, foreign organizations, digital presence. Having a well-designed digital governance framework minimize efforts and costs and ensure digital business maturity. My dear friends, the education systems, HEI, higher education institutions in our country, which is one of the biggest network of higher education institutions in the world, each and every university is digital governance, entering into digital governance. You see taking the fee payments, refund payment, digital degrees. Delhi University, which is as the biggest, I think, university in context of the networks and the discipline, is one of the biggest university. Recently, we have credit 2.5 lakh digitally degree transfers. So when we are doing such kind of business, it is reducing the cost. It is also environmental friendly. Imagine the 2.5 lakh degree, if they are printed, how many plants they cut for paper making. So that is the benefit of digital governance. What is digital governance in education in this context? Closely related to the new wave of standardization in education, exemplified by the shift towards what is measurable For example, focus on learning outcomes and towards transparency in education practice, a shift that is both facilitated, augmented by digital technologies. Because without technology, we can't survive. आज वो नहीं है कि किसी जंगल में किसी ने कहा कि शेर आ गया तो आप क्या करेंगे. Somebody asked that I try to run away. Somebody asked I try to climb on tree. And somebody asked that I will close my eyes. If you are close your eyes does not mean the lion will not attack you. So you should not, we not close our eyes. Technology already entered in the oil, and we that technology, any culture or any innovations enter in the society, it brings its own culture, its merits and demerits. There is also a frauds, but we have to control such kind of damage and frauds by creating awareness, by creating the information literacy programs to the audience by their applications. So what is digital transformations? As I already told, is use of the new fast changing digital technology to solve problems that is about transforming process, product and services that are manual to digital process. Today you find everything digitally, and that's why we call digitally born. If those who born earlier, then we are trying to them convert a digit through their digitizations. So that's the digital transformation. Knowledge resources, entire the universe of information in 0 and 1. So that is the digital transformation. And if you convert digitally, if it is not transferring to the ultimate learner, user, there is no meaning. That's why all the information means which can be transmitted, which produce meaningful results towards the development of knowledge. This is the information. So that is the digital transformation. So national education policy in this context, you all are aware, and before coming the national education policy and implementing national education policy, the government of India and many higher educational institutions has organized several programs, workshops to acquaint the stakeholders related to education sectors with the higher education, with the national education policy. Sometimes people call it a new education policy. It's not. It's a national education policy. राष्ट्र की शिक्षा नीति, राष्ट्र की, which is the holistic development, the logistic, multiple, and that is multiple entry point and multiple exit. I'm not going in details. Can speak hours to hours. National education policy, and I'm sure if it is, and this is it depends on the higher education institutions, their spirit of implementation. And always remember, and I am also believer that no policy is wrong. It is depend on the implementing authorities, how implement it, how the stakeholders take it. So this is the national education policy, which focuses the holistic development, multiple entry, multiple exit, multilingual, multidisciplinary, and it also focusing to creating a environment to reduce the bogus knowledge to the learning points. There are many MBAs, so I will not touch upon. Then what is disruptive technology? As I told, that disruptive so we had many examples of disruptive technologies. Few examples I would like to share with you. We have the computer. displace the typewriters and work and communicate. I think आने वाले 25 और 30 साल में टाइपराइटर को लोग देख में नहीं पाएंगे, सिर्फ ओनली इमेजेस में देख पाएंगे. बट देयर वाज वन टाइम ऑफ टाइपराइटर्स. The window operating systems combination 1990. Personal computing disrupted the television industries as well as a great number of other. Email transformed the way we communicate, largely displacing letter writings and disturbing the postal and getting card industries. This email and this computers has disrupted, or I can say the shut down the close shops of many. Now you don't have a what is called this postal services, and even somehow the compute for communication we are only forwarding the message, but we are not applying our intellect, and that our writing powers, our communicating powers, our analytical power is reducing. When there was a time we wrote the letters to our dear and near our parents, we express our emotions. I think sometimes we wrote that letter 2 or 3 days, complete that day, complete letter, but that things are obsolete today. The cell phone made it possible to call us anywhere and disrupted the telecom industry. There was one time when we had a landline telephone in our home. We did a class. Landline phone was but now we find a landline phones in our house, and that was landline was attacked or by the pagers or sometimes called as phones. But now with the smartphones, the laptop computers and mobile computing made it mobile work possible to people to connect open networks and collaborate from anywhere in many organizations.
Sorry, sir. I am disturbing you, sir. We have very short time, please.
Okay. So this, I'm just going back some of the transformation in teaching and learning taking place. Just, I know that you have to start the next sessions. So the one transformation is coming, that the MOOC, massive open online courses, you all are aware. I am not going to detail due to short times. If anybody require my PPTs, welcome. He can apply it, he can use them. So these are some of the nodal MOOC coordinators which are responsible for the MOOC programs, NIPTELS, IGNU, NCERT, and iOS. I am Bangalore and I teach Chennai. These are SWAYAM platform, but what I'm going to discuss, the technology in education and learning. Please mute yourself for 5 or 6 minutes. I will wind up, please. So my dear friends, that how the transformation taking place. Earlier system, we have the Gurukul systems, and you know the advantage, disadvantage of the Gurukul system that shift to the classroom systems. And now then the classroom shifted to the with the technological enabled laptops and the projectors, and now we are here. I don't know that what in future where we were, but today we are here. So that's the transformation taken place, and the reading instrument also is that earlier the ancient books and the books are written in Vedas, then the books converted, and now the Kindles, and the Kindle also going to obsolete, that everything is coming on the WhatsApp and everything coming on digitals. So that is there also writing participant also aware that we generally start our writing skills through the slate, and then we do the notebook, and we are going to convert it in computers. But in futures, maybe the voice technology is coming. So there is obsolete. Maybe 10 or 15 years to come will be the obsolete, and everything but will be the virtual. So the teaching instrument is all coming these and present to the online mode, which we are today, and the virtual learnings. So we see the classrooms learning offline class. and the online. Both systems has advantage, disadvantage, but I find through my own experience that there cannot be alternate. There can be alternate, but cannot be a replacement of face-to-face education. This is my own experience. May agree or may not be agree. So examination, we are shifting from the traditional to the online login and just you question paper will open and only not analytical but only multiple choice type of questions. So somehow it is reducing the analytical powers where we write the examination in the. So let me. There is one more important that. Technology is not about the technology. However, technology is simply a powerful tool. The real question is now you use the technology as an effective engagement pedagogical tools. To be true effective teachers will need to be more nimble and adjusting to the learning needs of students with diverse backgrounds and levels of achievement. They must be able to implement curriculum by personalizing learning strategies to meet individuals. Students need to be minimal teachers will have to continually on the look out for the individuals and organizations that can reinforce the long-term value what is being taught in the classroom. An active relationship with the broad community will hallmark in the successful millennium teacher. Engagement being a role model, mentor, bringing learning to life, caring about students, being passionate about subject matter and teaching. These quality of a good teachers are timeless and will remain no change. Technology is simply a tool to add the value in our workforce and work environment, but it is not a replacement of anything. And with this, I think last, let's give some time. If you had time, some question answers. If anybody requires to PPTs, I will share to the coordinators and he will share. So thank you one and all. Thank you for essentially. And if you have any uh, doubt or any question, please open for it. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. Thank you very much for your words and wisdom. Sir, you told us about the effect of technological transformation on our education system, our learning, our governance, and national education policy, and even more on our society. Sir, you address us that we should ready to adopt this change as a demand of hour. Sir, we should try to follow your views always to survive in a technological era. Sir, really, it was a great session with you, and I hope that all our delegates and guests would greatly benefit for your knowledge. Thank you once again. Thank you very much, sir. Uh, thank you.
Thank you. Thank you one more. Thank you very much.
And our next speakers of plenary session 1 has joined us. Our next speaker, Dr. Ramprasad Sapkota and Dr. Virender Singh Dhilo. Both speakers has joined us. Welcome, sir.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank
It
you.
gives me immense pleasure to extend a very warm welcome to our next speaker, Dr. Ramprasad Sapkota ji. Sir, Dr. Ramprasad Sapkota is faculty at Central Department of Environment Science, Tribhuvan University, Nepal. He has involved in teaching and research at the university for more than 15 years. Dr. Sapkota completed his PhD from University of Vermont, USA. His area of interest for research are ecology, restoration, ecology and biodiversity, conservation. Besides, Dr. Sapkota has keen interest in data handling and management. I welcome Dr. Sapkota ji and I invite him for sharing his views with us.
Namaste and good afternoon to all of you. Thank you. First of all, I'd like to thank. Are you hearing my sound? First of all.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you so much. So,
Yes, sir.
first of all, I'd like to thank the organizers for this wonderful conference that they have set. I'd like to also thank Mahavidyalaya, Sahabad, for giving this me opportunity. Also, Dr. Priyanka Singh for reaching to me. So I would like to share my slides for today's talk. Can you see my slides?
Yes, sir, it's visible.
Okay. So for today, I have a talk on restoration of degraded ecosystems and why it is important, particularly connecting it with biodiversity conservation. So today, basically, I'll be focusing on some basics of ecological restoration. Similarly, the role of ecological restoration in biodiversity conservation, why this is important. We'll be seeing some of the success stories and the failures that we have for the restoration practices, and we'll be concluding for today's presentation with some of our points. So to talk actually, this is a new field, and the concept of restoration, it is coming because different ecosystems, whether they are that is forest ecosystem, aquatic ecosystem, or desert ecosystem, or any other ecosystems, they are being degraded, and we are being ecological services because of these disturbances. So when we talk about the disturbances, we can categorize the disturbances in ecosystems into pulse disturbance, press disturbance, and ramp disturbance, which are actually influencing the structural and functional attributes of ecosystems. So we can see the first type of disturbance is the press disturbance. For example, in the topmost layer, we have the example for the pulse disturbance, which is showing that with time, there is a rapid increase in the disturbing forces in the beginning, but it somehow stabilizes, or it is going slightly up in the first case. So, for example, in many of the areas across the globe, we are having this type of disturbances where there is like more urbanization. Urbanization is getting more and more. In the initial phase of urbanization, there will be degradation, more declination in the different ecological responses, but it will stabilize, or there is a
Excuse me,
steady.
sir.
Yes, ma'am.
Uh, Excuse me, sir, your slide is not moving.
So it is not moving.
Yes, sir, slideshow need.
I'll stop share and I'll again share it once again. Maybe So are my slides visible now?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So is it moving?
No, sir. Mm, no, sir, it's not moving.
So I think I'll be continuing with this mode. Can you read some of the words or sentences?
Okay.
Is it moving now?
Yes, sir. Now it's moving.
Okay. So when talking about press disturbances, the example is like urbanization, and in the second case, it is the pulse disturbances. So pulse disturbances is like wildfire. There is the strength of disturbing force, mostly at one time, and after time there will be some sort of regeneration in the ecosystem, so that the ecosystem state variables will again improve. But like in pulse disturbance, this type of disturbance is such that we have one or two time the effect of the stressors or the disturbances. So in case of ramp type of disturbances, with the time, there is an increase, like a ramp, there is the increase in the strength of disturbing forces. But when there is like break of that disturbances, then again the situation, the strength of disturbing forces, it goes down. So for example, drought, in this year, if it is drought, there is some impact, and in the second and in third and in fourth and fifth year, the impact will increase. But after there is a rainfall, then the impact, the strength of disturbing force will decrease, as shown in the third row of the figure, of the panel figure. So these are actually the different types of disturbances that are experiences across the globe. And also, if we consider in the forest ecosystems, they are being degraded due to different reasons, and also the causes are also different in different countries. For example, in our country like Nepal, there is like encroachment in the forest area, and also there might be some sort of um, uh, over collecting of the resources from that area. And the disturbances are also prevalent in developed countries. For example, in US and Canada, we have the example of damage of the forest areas by some of the beetles. For example, in the figure, you can see Dendrotonus ponderosi, and this beetle is affecting thousands of hectares of forest area. Even the Yellowstone National Park, it has been damaged by this type of beetle. So because of disturbances, we also know that about 25% of the total land area has been degraded, and global environmental facility it has given us idea that 95% of the earth land could get degraded by 2050 if we keep on doing the activities in the same way. And we now know that many of our pristine lands, it has become those have become deserts. They are getting polluted, they are getting deforested, and we are converting all our pristine lands into agricultural lands and settlement areas, also leading to loss of habitat, and also pushing towards the extinction of the species. So because of these disturbances now and the degradation in ecosystems, now we have to think of how we can recover these ecosystems, because without recovering ecosystems, there is no way that we will have survival in the earth. We have already failed, that our effort cannot build new ecosystems which will be functioning. I hope all of us know that we have already failed in the biosphere 2 concept. Scientists, they spend a lot of money in making new biosphere. They were attempting to make a new biosphere in Arizona, and they do the experiment, but the project that failed in 2 years. So now we knew that we cannot make ecosystems. We have to be in natural ecosystems. We have to follow the whatever natural ecosystem is giving to us. In this context, though different ecosystems, these are being degraded, now we should have the ability, we should also learn how those degraded ecosystems can be restored. And the new concept that we are having in present world is also the subject is the ecosystem restoration. So this ecosystem restoration, it has been defined as the process of assisting the recovery of an ecosystem that has been degraded, damaged, or destroyed. And for restoring those ecosystems, we have particularly the two approaches. One is the passive restoration, and another is the active restoration. When we have some stressors, if we just control the stressors, then controlling the stressors but allowing the ecosystems to maintain itself is the passive restoration. And in active restoration, our involvement will be much more compared to passive restoration. We will be also setting some strategies in interventing abiotic and biotic components in the ecosystem in the active restoration. And the table that you are viewing, this is about different strategies that fall under passive restoration and active restoration. Passive restoration is like natural restoration, and active restoration, it is the assisted restoration, or if the situation of ecosystems are more degraded or destroyed or damaged, then we have to go to active restoration, which is also the assisted restoration, modifying different abiotic and biotic components. And sometimes not only the modification can help the ecosystem, but we have to reconstruct the ecosystem. So active restoration can be divided into two portions. So since we are degrading different types of ecosystems, we should now focus on restoring those ecosystems, and the intervention type can be passive and active restoration. So when we talk about ecosystem restoration, credit for ecosystem restoration, and we have to remember Aldo Leopold, who was a scientist, forester, and conservationist, who was working and who worked for wilderness conservation. This is a famous book, of Sand County Almanac, which has basically focused on how the degraded wild areas can be restored. And this is really a milestone for restoring the ecosystems. And this is from where we can track back that this is the beginning of ecosystem restoration across the globe. Now, when we talk about world's first ecological restoration project, then we can the documentation, the Society of Ecological Restoration, it has documented that Cottage Prairie restoration at the University of Wisconsin-Madison grassland, it is one of the first ecological restoration project. And Aldo Leopold, he was one of the person to initiate this project. And now you can also see in the picture that the people, they are working for restoring that, and they have now restored with maintaining the dynamics of tall grass prairie ecosystems. And they have found that the practices they built up has been more effective in their restoration and management. Now, this is another example of urban restoration effort. In left-hand side figure, you can see that there was a highway built. There was a highway built, and below the wall was the river, Cheongaicheon River in Southtown, Seoul, Korea. So what they think is that making concrete, this concrete will not support in getting us ecosystem services. So the 6-kilometer river stretch was re-exposed in 2003. Actually, in 1970s, from 1970s, they started making a road and concrete wall. But it was again realizing the need of natural ecosystems, realizing that concrete wall will not support the ecological services. Again, the river was re-exposed, and they were able to return several species of birds, fish, and insects. And also this area, we can clearly also see in the figure that this is giving us more ecosystem services to the people. So even people knowingly or unknowingly, they build the structure like this without caring for natural ecosystems. Now ultimately, this example is showing that we have to get back to restoring the ecosystems which are actually giving us ecosystem services and ecological services. And I think in many parts of the world also, we have to again rethink about the developmental projects that we have, and also how these ecological resources has to be maintained and managed. So restoration, it actually needs ecological knowledge, because in present context, sometimes without connecting the ecological theory, ecological principles, and ecological knowledge, we are doing restoration practices. And such restoration practices will not be successful in future. For example, this is one of the example of plant species which we are working currently. For example, Acacia catechu, it can grow even in degraded soils, but not Soria robusta. Soria robusta is an important plant, and we all know this is also found in Nepal, India belt. And this species cannot be grown when there is organic matter content very less in soils or in substratum. So when we do ecological restoration, we should know at what stage the abiotic and biotic components are in ecosystem. Similarly, there is one example. I like this example of Briscoe in, though this is the old example, old research, but also this has a very important message that for restoring any ecosystems, we should have good ecological knowledge. This is an example of Puerto Rico Island. And in that island, the conservationists, they try to develop and maintain pine stands. But the cultivation practices, which started in 1930, it failed. It failed for 25 years. But the successful restoration was only obtained when the soil similar to pine stand in North Carolina, which was rich in mycorrhizal association, was incorporated into Puerto Rico. So if we don't know the ecological principle, theory, and what is the status of abiotic and biotic factors, then we will not be able to restore properly. So this is a growing field, and we should know that ecological knowledge, ecological theories, and principles should be incorporated in our restoration practices. So after restoring the ecosystems, it has the role in conservation, because after restoration, ultimately biodiversity can be maintained when we provide it with suitable habitat for either floral species or faunal species. So if we restore, then it will enable us to develop suitable habitat for those species. Also, restoration practices, rather than the degraded ecosystems, these will provide or it will improve the resistance and resilience capacity of the ecosystems, because these two capacities really reflect about the ecosystem stability. So if we restore the ecosystems, we are not just restoring the composition of trees or maybe the animal composition, but also we are restoring the resistance and resilience capacity of those ecosystems. And many of the studies, they have shown that restoration will provide the platform for community assemblies and maintaining the heterogeneity of the ecosystems, and also the keystone species. We might be thinking that we are just saving a tiger, but along with the tiger, we are saving trees, we are saving water, we are saving other ecological services, and we are saving large predators. So ecosystem restoration will provide, it will create desirable community assemblies in any ecosystems. Also, we are now being frequently affected by different types of novel disturbances, new type of disturbances. So these novel disturbances, for example, maybe the invasion by the native species, or maybe the impact due to climate change. If we can restore, then we'll increase the resistance and resilience capacity of the ecosystems, and we can also maintain the disturbance regimes. So, moreover, uh, restoration will be also a way by which we can sustain native floral and faunal species, including many threatened and endangered ones. It is also important to restore, even in Nepal, by some of the restoration interventions, we are being able to convert again the economic resource to ecological resource, because in most of the cases, ecological resources, because of our activity, we are changing the ecological resource to economic resource. We used to get free water. I could not imagine that I have to pay for water, but nowadays I cannot imagine that I don't have to pay for water. So we are changing the ecological resource to economic resources, and restoration will again be a strategy which can change the economic resource to ecological resource. And especially this is important for the developing countries across the world. And ultimately, in many areas, like the example I gave you for Korea, the restoration practices will also improve human livelihoods, and also linkages between different landscapes, and also maintaining the biodiversity and survival of the species. Now, let's discuss about some of the successes and failures due to restoration practices. This is one of the example of recovering riparian plant communities by in reintroduction of the wolves in northern Yellowstone National Park. So in Yellowstone National Parks, gray wolves, they were extirpated from Yellowstone National Park in the 1920s. But after their extirpation, after they were not present over there, the population of elk, it principally increased. The population of elk was increased, due to which there was the effect on vegetation. So after again reintroducing the wolves, they were able to obtain the desirable condition of the ecosystem. For example, we can see in this figure, in up to 1930s, 1939, we can see with the presence of the wolves, there is an increase in the number of the trees. But after the wolves they get they were absent or they are not.
Sorry, sir. Excuse me. Sorry, sir. There is time
Sure,
constraint,
I'm
please.
concluding within 2 or 3 minutes. So after this, the wolves were absent, and with the absence of the wolf, there was also the decrease in number of trees. But you can see the last bar in 1990s to 1999, again the wolves were reintroduced, and we can see that there was again the number of trees, the number of cottonwood trees, they returned back to more or less a normal position. So this is one example by which reintroduction was successful. Similarly, this is the example by which prescribed burning and artificial gap creation as a restoration practices was successful in maintaining the habitat of Fischedula hypoleuca, one of the bird species. And again, there are also examples from Nepal how the restoration practices has improved the density and diversity of the regenerating species. Also, this has been successful in many of the wild animals. But wild restoration, we have to consider whether we are restoring just the stream density. If we are considering the forest, we have to consider whether we are just restoring the stream density or diversity of the species. This is very important to think that whether we are restoring only the density or diversity complex or the heterogeneity in the ecosystem. You can see in one of our studies, we saw that restoration has increased the density, but it has not increased the diversity. So we have to consider all these things. This is another example where restoration practices was not successful. For example, this is the example for reintroduced red deer, which really reduce the vulnerable Apennine cameos. The red deer is the figure below, and the Apennine cameos is the up one. So sometimes the restoration practice can also be limited and failure. It can be failure. This is another failure for bird species like brown tree keeper. So we have to think that restoration practices should be thought with backup with ecological theory, and our integrated effort is required for restoring those ecosystems. Since this is a new field, we need to build our capacity and understanding on restoration process and scientific techniques. Since restoration practice is a young discipline, we are in need to advance this concept. And we are also now celebrating UN Decade of Ecosystem Restoration now from 2020 to 2030. So it is our duty and responsibility in all this region to improve the capacity in ecological restoration. So thank you so much for providing me this opportunity.
Thank you, sir. Thank you very much for sharing your knowledge and thought-provoking views on the topic restoration of degraded ecosystem for biodiversity conservation. So you told us that our ecosystem has been degraded, damaged, and destroyed owing to various human activities and technology, and you address us the various practices by which following we can recover our systems through various examples like choosing sustainability, etc. Sir, thank you very much for awareing us about this burning issue in today's scenario. Thank you very much for your words and wisdom. Thank you very much, sir. It's time to move our next speaker, Dr. Virender Singh Dhillon. I heartily welcome our speaker, Dr. Virender Singh Dhillon, on this plenary session 1. I'm feeling proud to welcome you, sir. Welcome. It gives me immense pleasure to introduce our honorable respected speaker, resource person, Dr. Virender Singh Dhillon. Dr. Virender Singh Dhillon is an alumnus of St. Stephen College, University of Delhi. He is UGC NET JRF qualified and presently he is associate professor and head of history department at Maharaja Agar Singh Mahavidyalaya Jagadri. He is also an associate fellow at the prestigious Indian Institute of Advanced Studies at Rashtrapati Niwas, Shimla. He is a columnist of the National Daily, The Tribune, published from Chandigarh, and write about regional culture of Haryana. He has presented more than 50 research papers in various national and international conferences and seminars and has published a number of articles in international research journals and edited books. Sir, area of interest is research, histography, technology and ruler changes and socio-cultural theme of Haryanvi history. Now I invite Dr. Dido to share his valuable views and knowledge with us on the topic man, technology and ecology. Please welcome, sir.
Thank you, ma'am, for kind words. First of all, am I audible to all?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. You are audible.
I'm really thankful to the Arya Kanya Mahavidyalaya, Shahabad, for inviting to deliver a talk in such a essential and important conference. And especially the organizers who have assembled scholars from across the globe to discuss a very relevant and vibrant theme on ecology. See, the kind words you said, thanks for that. Man, technology, and ecology, a historical perspective. I'll be taking this theme for discussion with you. But before that, the framework of the study and discussion revolve around two important work which are contributed across the globe. One is by Yuval Noah Harari, A Brief History of Humankind. It was published from London Vintage in 2011. And second is Pranay Lal's Indica, A Deep Natural History of Indian Subcontinent. It was also published from London, Alan Lane in 2016. So I have chosen the framework of these two scholars to discuss and to talk about how man invented, discovered technological tools and how he tried to change the biotic and abiotic, which we call ecology, from the times when a sense of zoological time emerged on this earth. First part of discussion would be man and his ecology. But before taking that, I would like to discuss astrophysicist Nigel Calder's analogy of sense of geological time. Nigel Calder asked his readers to imagine the 4,600 million years old Earth to be a lady of 46-year-old. Each year of that lady is actually a mega century, 100 million years. Calder says the first 7 of those years of that lady are wholly lost to the biographers. Similarly with the Earth. So we are very we are very less knowing the early phase of Earth, how it emerged, how it developed as a planet. But the deeds of her later childhood are to be seen in old rocks of Greenland and South Africa. The best thing about Nigel Calder's analogy is, like human memory, the surface of our planet distorts the record, emphasizing more recent events and letting the rest pass into vagueness, or at least into unimpressive joints in worn down mountain chains. Most of us, what we recognize on Earth is some substantial animal life, a product of last 5 years of that lady's life. She flowered literally in her middle ages. Her continents were quite bare of life until she was 45 just 1 year ago. That means 100 million years ago. In the middle of last week, in Africa, some man like apes turned into ape like man, and at the weekend, Nigel Calder says the Mother Earth began shivering with latest series of ice ages. Just over 4 hours have elapsed since a new species calling itself Homo sapiens started chasing the other animals, and in the last 4 hours, it has invented agriculture, sedentary life, started developing tools, and different cultural aspects of life. A quarter of an hour, just 15 minutes, Moses led his people to safety across a crack in earth's shell, and about 5 minutes later, Jesus was preaching on a hill farther along the fault line. Just 1 minute has passed out of Mother Earth's 46 years life since man began his industrial revolution. 3 human lifetimes ago, and the whole earth is being transformed into a situation which forced us to discuss the ecological and environmental consequences of man's action. That's why I've chosen man, technology, and ecology in a historical perspective. Almost around 250 million years ago, an event happened on this Mother Earth, which is known as, in scientific circle, Great Dying Event or Permian extinction. When on this Earth 251 million years ago, 96% of all species that existed died. You cannot spot big fishes, dinosaurs, or they were just extinct 251 million years ago. And only 4% survived over land and water, and they started all it over again. There are 3 theories propounded to explain this great event on Mother Earth's history, the Great Dying. The first theory says 252 million years ago, in remote Siberia, especially Perm region, that's why it is called Permian extinction, volcanoes erupted and triggered the near complete decimation of life. There is another theory which was pondered over or propounded in the 1980s when scientists were exploring oil in the Gulf of Mexico, and they found that there are certain deposits of methane hydrate in Gulf of Mexico which released greenhouse gases when the temperature of sea heated up, and this led to a release of massive quantity of greenhouse gases which killed life on Earth 251 million years ago. The third theory, which is proposed recently in 2014 June, has suggested a different analogy. It said the methane producing microbes, Methanosarcinae, was the chief perpetuator of the rise of atmospheric methane that caused the Great Dying event. So it's not first time that we are considering or we are pondering over this question that the rising temperatures on Earth could lead to its extinction of ecology, biotic and abiotic components. But the Earth has a great healing power. It adjusts to its own, which we call nature's own mending of its own ways. But what happened after that? How man, animals, plants survived after that great dying event? Some scientists believe that that extinction was not a single event. It was episodic and it helped to survive in certain pockets the life, the animals, the plants. And till date, there is no exact cause of this extinction questioned repeatedly, but there is no permanent theory or understanding how again the life appeared. If we see Nigel Calder's analogy, the time of great dying, at that time the earth woman was just 44 years old, and the life on land and water had nearly wiped out. Only some plants, handful lucky animals survived, and that happened 10 million years. And they took almost 10 million years to revive. Here I start the second framework of Yuval Noah Harari. This was Panelal's framework of extinction, revival of life on Earth. This was a past to future and an interaction between man and his ecology. Now, coming to modern times, when technology has replaced all evolutionary theories of natural selection, the famous theory of Charles Darwin, the only fit will survive in the environment. So this change in human happened 70,000 years ago, when a wise species of ape, termed as Homo sapiens by the scientists, started to develop elaborate structures which we term as cultures. These human cultures' subsequent development throughout ages is called history. And what shaped this course of history? Harari says there are three important revolutions in this historical perspective which changed the shape of the earth. The first was cognitive revolution, when an animal with his cognitive abilities, which scientists terms Homo sapiens, transformed himself into a being which started exploiting the ecology, starting developing sense consciousness about his environment and tried to exploit, gain resources, power, and research further about the improvements which he can brought into the environment. And this cognitive revolution happened 70,000 years ago. Just 12,000 years ago, the second major phase in man and his environmental connection happened, and that was the agriculture, domestication of plants and animals. When man, with his conscious effort in different pockets of earth, started selecting plants and animals for his personal use, for his domestication. And this sped up the whole process of history in such a speed that man exploiting his environment in a massive scale. And just 500 years ago, the third important historical intervention happened, and that was the scientific revolution. This changed the whole course of history when man moved from one part of earth to another with speed, with massive quantity of resources from one part to another. So the main revolution which happened and which transformed man from an animal to a wise wisdom person who could sense, who could develop, who could transform his environment. So what caused it? Why a cognitive revolution in an animal's life happened? The scholars have different view about it. But the commonly believed theory says accidentally some genetic mutations happened in the inner wirings of sapiens, enabling them to understand in unprecedented ways and communicate using another type of language, which we might call tree of knowledge mutations. So this happened 70,000 years ago, and man took almost 58,000 years to develop that aspect, and he transformed his environment by domesticating plants and animals. And the second stage in humans evolution happened, and that was agriculture revolution. Man, in this phase 12,000 years ago, man tried to change his surrounding ecology and environment. He began to devote his time and effort by manipulating the lives of few animals and plant species, and this changed the whole course of how the human lives on this earth. There are certain theories put by the scientists to explain this great event of domestication of plants and animals. V. Gordon Child, he says this happened because of environmental changes in the end of Pleistocene age, which gave impetus to food production. Robert Braidwood had different connotation about this agricultural revolution. He says domestication took place in certain nuclear zones which supported wild plants and animals that had potential for domestication. Another archaeologist and anthropologist, Louis R. Binford, rejected Braidwood theory on the ground that it cannot be tested archaeologically. He propounded his own theory of resource potential of environment. He says that there are two important factors which can upset balance between people and food. One is environmental change, and second is demographic growth. So he further elaborates that demographic growth can happen in two ways. One is internal rise of population or external immigration of population, which is quite often happens these days, that large number of people are moving from rural areas to urban areas. So to set that balance, Binford says that people of that era 10,000 years ago started domesticating certain plants and animals to meet their need of food, hunting, foraging. But Kent Flannery has different notion of this agricultural revolution. He says the processes of food production and adapted advantages of plant and animal domestication over foraging and hunting led to man to discover new ways to grow his own plants and breed his own animals for meeting the need of his sedentary life. Except these theories, there is recent interventions which emphasize on the environmental changes that happened 10,000 years ago. But lack of evidence, gradual slow process with varied pace and details, and variety of ecological and other resources hinders us to exactly reach to a conclusion where we can say that this exactly happened 12,000, 10,000 years ago. Now we move with the man, with the pace and speed, and the story ends and starts around 500 years ago. In last 500 years, we have witnessed a phenomenal, unprecedented growth in human power. In the year 1500, if I believe Yuval Noah Harari, he says 1500, the year 1500, the human population on this earth was 500 million. But today, that is 7 billion. See, the human population increased 14-fold on earth. He says the production by that human.
Excuse me, sir, please. There is time constraint, so please wind up.
I'll just take 5 minutes and
Okay, sir.
I'll be concluding.
Okay, sir. Okay.
5 minutes, please give me 5 minutes too. So the production increased 240-fold and the energy consumption of earth increased 115-fold. So the present scenario where we are pondering over the environmental crisis, the ecological crisis, has three important parts. One is resources. Second, research related to that resources. And through that research and resources union, the power which it breeds across the. If we see the powerful nations, they have control over both these things, research and resources. So they are having that power, and this power led them to a stage where they can control the weaker nations of the world. Now, before concluding, I would like to discuss one important aspect. The theory of Darwin of natural selection was replaced these days by intelligent design. I'll quote an example. Eduardo Cac is a bio artist of Brazil. Few years back, he thought of making a rabbit which is green fluorescent in color. He asked a French laboratory, and the French laboratory scientist, they developed a green fluorescent rabbit which actually is of white color, but they transformed through intelligent design and gene technology, because they put a gene from jellyfish which is fluorescent green, and by manipulation of that genetic design, they built Eduardo Cac a fluorescent green rabbit, which he termed Alba. So, this replacement of natural selection, which was a thing done by the nature, was replaced when Watson and Crick devised the DNA structure. And in last 60 years, the human capacity of brain increased so much that they replaced this process of natural selection by three methods. First is biological engineering, by introducing changes in the gene structure, eugenics, or different aspects of animal by modification of their living structure. Second, cyborg engineering, where organic and non-organic parts were mixed. And now the third important that we term these days artificial intelligence, the engineering of inorganic life, robots, and all that. So, this replacement of natural selection by intelligent design is transforming human life, and this intervention of man through technology in environment is completely changing the climate, ecology, environment of the earth. So we are heading towards a time where more and more human technological interventions will transform ecology, environment. But what is the solution? See, the solution lies in Mother Nature. It will itself heal its own debacles and like the great dying. So it will again replenish itself. So with this, I thank you all.
Thank you very much, sir. Thank you very much for your thought-provoking knowledge. Thank you very much for sharing your valuable knowledge and thought-provoking views on very relevant topic on man, technology, and ecology, which is very relevant in today's scenario. Sir, you address us through various live examples and through your own experiences that how human beings modify and develop technology as per their needs and comfort that make our lives very comfortable and easy. But this development and technology directly or indirectly harm our ecosystem and environment. Sir, you address that we urgent need to awake. Sir, thank you very much for awareing us. Uh, Thank you very much, sir. Once again, thank you very much for joining us.
Welcome.
Okay. And at last, I extend my heartfelt thank you to all our resource person of this plenary session 1, Dr. KP Singh, Dr. Ramesh Prasad Sapkota, and Dr. Virender Singh Dhilo, who shared their valuable words and wisdom with us. And I also extend my thanks to all the guests and delegates from India and abroad who join this workshop and make this conference very successful. Thank you one and all. Thank you. And now I am making an announcement that we'll take a short lunch break and start with parallel presentation at 1:45 p.m. The links of parallel presentation has already been shared with you with mail your email IDs. And after the presentation, all you are requested to join plenary session at 2:45 at the main link. Thank you one and all. Thank you very much.
Assistant Professor, feel privileged to welcome you all in our plenary session 2 of DHE-sponsored one-day interdisciplinary conference on the topic of ecology, interpretation, intersection, and interstices. I warmly welcome our first plenary speaker, Dr. S. Chitra from Bhutan. I feel honored to introduce such personality in front of you all. Dr. S. Chitra is faculty in English at Sherbatse College, Royal University of Bhutan. Prior to it, she served in the extended campus of Sherbatse College, and her assignment was with Master Program in English to supervise the research scholar and serve as program leader for academics and research. She holds 2 decades of tertiary teaching experience. Her service record includes teaching expertise in English literature and language, along with curriculum design and course development. Her areas of exploration include cultural studies, contemporary literature, post-colonial study, European literature, women and gender studies, with avid interest to embrace the emerging areas in humanities. She has completed many funded research projects. One of the collaborative projects with St. Joseph College, Darjeeling on collection, transliteration analysis, and publication of folklore from Eastern Bhutan has been another milestone work for her. Talking about her meritorious academic achievements, she has won several awards in various events. In terms of research, Chitra secured second position in the Fast Track project presentation and was awarded with cash prize. The best dissertation certificate was awarded to her scholar for the master dissertation. She is also an IELTS trainer and has completed the teaching knowledge test certified by University of Cambridge. She has edited many books. Currently, she is co-editing a book on ecocentric literature, writing for the Green World, to be released in December 2022. She has published over 50 plus research articles in book chapters, journals, conference volumes, and presented papers in 60 plus international and national conferences. She had been the overseas examiner for doctoral thesis, member in Board of Studies for syllabus validation, and in the editorial board of international journals. Her active engagement in international conference is in the capacity of keynote speaker and also serves as resource person for online academic workshops and webinars. I would like to express our warm gratitude to our esteemed speaker, Dr. S. Chitra, who accepted our invitation and spared time to present her views in this international conference. It is my pleasure to invite Dr. S. Chitra to address our esteemed participants of this conference. The session is all yours for the next 30 minutes. Welcome, ma'am.
Me?
It's Dr. S. Chitra. The participant from
The topic of discussion is lymphedema. Hello?
Yes, ma'am.
Ma'am, I could not. Do you hear me? Do you hear me?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. We can hear you.
Yeah, thank you, ma'am, for a very warm introduction and extensive briefing on me. I'm obliged. Could you see my screen? Could you
Yes,
see my
ma'am.
screen?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
I'll just check whether it moves. Just a minute, ma'am. Yeah, could you see it, ma'am? Could
Yes,
you see
ma'am,
my
we can
screen?
yes, ma'am, we can see it.
But I could not see anything else other than my screen. So kindly let me know if there is any problem. Ma'am, how much time do I have?
Ma'am, you have 30 minutes.
Okay, ma'am. Okay, ma'am. Let me start from here. I would like to express my heartfelt thanks to the organizing committee, especially to Madam Principal and to Dr. Priyanka Singh, who has been constantly in touch with me since I expressed my desire to partake in this event. My heartfelt thanks to you, ma'am, and also to the co-convener for all the organization and the arrangements that you have made for this one-day international interdisciplinary conference, which is making it much more special as DHE sponsored by Arya Kanya Mahavidyalaya. I am glad to partake from Himalayas, that's from Bhutan. I represent Royal University of Bhutan by partaking in this event. Actually, when I received this brochure, I was much interested to present the content of my recently edited book titled Ecocentric Literature Writing for the Green World. I take due liberty from the contributors of this book to present on the content of this book under the topic Voice of Literary Eco-Warriors, that not only talks about the authors who have made their contribution toward ecology, but also the articles and the chapters that had been interpreted and written and analyzed by the academic personalities that made this edited book a possibility. So that's the aim of the talk for this session. I wanted to introduce this latest edited book titled so. Let me just brief on how I came up with this project. This is a collaborative book project. I thought this will be informative for the audience, for students, and for the faculty who are participating in this prestigious event. It's a collaborative book project by two colleges, and two individuals have been involved from the Department of English. And the respective editors are Dr. S. Lavanya from PSGR Krishnamal College for Women. It's an autonomous college located in Coimbatore in the state of Tamil Nadu. And this college has a legacy of 60 years of service in women empowerment. And this particular project marks its Diamond Jubilee celebration. I have brought the trust of this college. Actually, the seed money provided by this GRG Trust for promoting research has resulted in this scholarly edited volume, a collection of 24 chapters that intensely discusses vital environmental concerns of global relevance. The value of this college is that to build a strong, equitable, environmentally sustainable and functioning society through education. This motto corresponded with Sherepse College, which has 50 years of academic excellence. And then in GNH, Bhutan is known for a concept known as GNH, Gross National Happiness, where sustainability and conservation of environment are given prime importance. These are the motives for two of us to come together in bringing out this book as an edited volume. Actually, the central idea of this book is to show how literature interacts. It interacts with and also participates in the ecosphere. Therefore, it is an attempt in the profession of humanities to reinstate an environmentally conscious position in literary studies with the realization that ecology is the basis for human existence. This is the cover page of the book. This is available in Amazon. And within this framework, the chapters are concerned with how literature transmits certain values, contributing to ecological thinking that advances the idea of interconnectedness. Although artistic works cannot practically support to conserve or preserve the environment, it certainly can help build ethical ecological consciousness. Therefore, literary works in the form of poetry, story, or novel can intrigue people to realize the impact of human activities on nature, which is the goal of this book. Therefore, the book foregrounds the message that there is more to nature than meets the eye. With this, let me give you an overview about the subjects explored in the book. Here I would like to recall, as faculty and students of literature will be aware of, a seminal book in literary ecology titled The Eco-Criticism Reader by Gerald Gladfelty and Harold Fromm. They have ascertained that eco-criticism is the study of literature and environment from an interdisciplinary point of view, where all sciences come together to analyze the environmental problems and brainstorm possible solutions for the correction of contemporary environmental situation. So keeping this in mind, some of the subjects that are contemporarily relevant and of global relevance have been explored in this recently edited text. And these are the areas that have been focused, starting from environment and children, to indicate the participation of children in addressing environmental crisis. Then poems, a collection of poems are considered important, and eco-poetics has been addressed to show how the poems taken up for study drive the intensity of ecological issues more powerfully to a collective
Sorry, ma'am. Sorry to interrupt you, but your slide is on first page only.
Oh, is it? Just for me, it's moving, ma'am.
No, it's first page we are looking at.
So I am sharing the window. This is the page I am. Could you see now? Is it changing, ma'am? Is it changing?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, thank you, ma'am. This is what I have talked about after my introductory slide. It is about the collaborative project where two colleges were involved from different nations. One is from India and another from Bhutan. This is a women's college located in Coimbatore, an autonomous institution in Tamil Nadu. And an assistant professor in English from this college collaborated with me, and we came up with the book, and to fulfill the mission of a strong, equitable, environmentally sustainable and functioning society through education. And this is also the motto of the GNH policy adopted in Bhutan, which is known as Gross National Happiness, where there are indexes related to sustainability and environmental conservation. And let me also share that Bhutan is a carbon negative country, and 60% and above of forest cover is compulsorily maintained here in the Himalayan region. This is the cover page of the book, which is available in Amazon. And I have talked about the central idea of the book, which is to advocate the idea of interconnectedness. And these are the subjects of exploration with reference to the chapters contributed to this book. And starting with the environment and children, it talks about the necessity of children getting into action for a sustainable future and to protect the environment. They are the most important participants to address the environmental crisis, is the idea expressed here. I will get back to it. And then a collection of poetry is also analyzed under eco-poetics. And here the poems taken up for study by the contributors drive the intensity of ecological issues more powerfully with a clarion call and a collective call for immediate action, that is now or never. Then eco-politics, the green criminology and the necessity for species justice has been discussed from a memoir that talks about 100 Heartbeat Club. So here we come to know the threatened status of critically endangered species, and then the ideology of green criminology presents the justice for the victims that include not only the environment but also the wildlife crimes that are going on, and also it includes the underrepresented people who are dominated by powerful institutions. This is all represented through poems and also through memoir. Then comes Ruskin bond. By analyzing Ruskin bond's physical, emotional, and philosophical bonding with nature from his stories and novels, the contributors have emphasized the moral obligation of man to the natural world. Then deep ecological study talks about Arne Nass's philosophy, the right of all forms of life to live. And here the ecological self is emphasized, that the human self is part of nature. Vandana Shiva's theory has also been discussed here from Earth Democracy. Then climate change and environmental apocalypse is another subject of discussion here. And we know that climate crisis emerged as a serious environmental problem due to numerous anthropogenic activities. And here what is analyzed is the post-apocalyptic representations that raises questions about environmental morality. Then under post-colonial eco-criticism, there is a neo-colonial study of ecological imperialism that is critiqued. The neo-colonial system is critiqued, and Ramachandra Guha, considered to be an Indian eco-critic, advocates for the need to bring post-colonial and eco-critical problems together as a means to resist the imperialist supremacy in the social and environmental aspects. Then comes certain issues are discussed from the eco-centric narratives that include Sarah Joseph and Amitav Ghosh, and some eco-character studies have also been attempted here through pandemic fiction, and also a film text, a Malayalam film titled Churuli, that has been studied from eco-critical perspectives. Then eco-pedagogy is another subject that this book deals with. This is the overview of the book. Then to give some highlights about the topics that had been discussed in this book, let me take up 2-3 aspects in the interest of time. One is eco-poetics. And here we are aware that many islands in the Pacific Ocean are on the brink of submersion. So taking this concern into account, a poem has been written. Let me just read that. This poem is contributed by Kathy, who is a writer, performer, and an activist, and a native of Marshall Island, raised in Hawaii. She has presented this poem during September 2014 at the inaugural ceremony of the UN Climate Summit, the United Nations Climate Summit. And in this poem, she eloquently talks about indigenous ontologies and epistemes that contemplate on climate crisis and its aftermath, and how inter-indigenous Oceania society and politics would confront this challenge. In this poem, she voices her angst through in the figure of her daughter, as if she is addressing her daughter in endearing terms. She addresses her daughter, who is a baby, as well as the island. Both are addressed together in endearing terms. But the main reason to express her anxiety in the poem is that Marshall Islands will be submerged in the ocean even if the earth gets warmer by 2 degrees. That was the alarm. So the lagoon can cause the extinction of this island. There are high chances that the island might get submerged. Now, the Republic of the Marshall Island was the first developing country that pledged to reduce carbon emission by 1/3 in the 2015 UN climate negotiation. And it also guaranteed to limit the rise in temperatures world over by 1.5 degrees Celsius instead of 2 degrees. But as we know, these political resolutions have not been effective. Therefore, through her poem and through her narratives, Kathy is urging the countries to revisit their environmental policies that need to be pragmatic and also practical at every level, at the local as well as at the global level. And she recounts, excuse me, she recounts her angst here by intermingling her love for her daughter and the degradation of her lovely island. So simultaneously, Kathy is trying to draw our attention to the local and global narratives of climate breakdown. I can read the lines. No one is drowning, baby. No one is moving. No one is losing their homeland. No one is going to become a climate change refugee. This is the worst nightmare she fears, that we will become climate refugee. And what about the future of children? That made her address this poem to the world through her baby, as if she is talking to the baby about the world. But the poem ends on an optimistic note that the future for her daughter will be secure, and her, not only her parents, she is also making an universal appeal to the globe and to the president of that island to protect the island and to protect the environment as a whole, so that the future generation will be safe. And this is beautifully connected with the next theme of the book, Environment and Children, which emphasizes the participation of young children in addressing environmental crisis. This is done through analysis of Greta's story with the claim, no child is responsible for the rising climate change, but they are the actual sufferers. UNICEF has estimated that 1 billion children, almost half of the kids on Earth, are at extremely high risk to climate change. And UNICEF calls this climate crisis a child rights crisis, in fact. And therefore, it is important to teach children about the sustainable development goals in early childhood itself to make them part of the sustainable future, is the idea of UNICEF as a result of this crisis. The child rights crisis. Socio-emotional development in young children. Yeah, there is some disturbance. Kindly, can you please mute yourselves?
Dr. Upasana Ahuja, I request you to kindly mute your mic.
Yeah, thank you, ma'am. Socio-emotional development in young children help them to take action in this respect. And some of the competencies, such as first, it starts with self-awareness and self-management. Then it leads to social awareness, relationship skills, and responsible decision-making in children to build pro-social behavior in children. And then the learning help them to understand, reflect, empathize, and act wisely in any given critical situation. And here, Greta Thunberg's Friday for Future is a global climate strike movement that resulted from her empathy towards people and the environment. Her action became so contagious that nearly 7.6 million people from 185 countries participated, and this activity is alive till date. And this action, this climate strike movement, this Friday for Future, is an active interaction and active participation that is going on till date. Then Earth Warriors Global happened to be the world's first early childhood education curriculum to build lifelong, sustainable, and climate positive habits in children of the age group 3 to 11 years. Similarly, Climate Science is a UK-based global charity that designed a classroom work called Design Your Future to help the students to explore the kind of world that they want to live in. These are some of the aspects which this book touches upon. And the next important aspect in this book is about intersectional environmentalism. And this is an ideology that has become important in the global panel these days. And here the poet is Nanook Okpik. She is an Alaskan native. and she voices her concerns for the indigenous people of Alaska and about the global oil narratives. And the critique of this poem, titled If Oil is Drilled in Bristol Bay, from the poetry collection Corpse Whale, expounds the centrality of oil in the life of the indigenous people of Alaska and how their lands are the most exploited for exploration. And Okpik is a native Alaskan who identifies herself as Inupiaq Inuit poet. The discovery and exploration of oil in Bristol Bay, along with the effects of oil spill, severely affected the ecosystem and the culture associated with it, and it also marked the entry of toxicity of crude oil into the food chain. So that becomes the concern here. The role of oil and oil resources in ramifying the cultural identity, as well as the annihilation of traditional ethnic knowledge that carries within it seeds of sustainability, and the intersection of environment and indigenous identity as a means to address the network of oppression is critically delineated using the ideological support of intersectional environmentalism. And here the writer strongly intertwines her identity with her ecosystem. And the entire poetry collection carries forward this particular connection to assert the importance of understanding and celebrating the identity which is part of the ecosphere and to resist all forms of oppression by the oil capitalist. So the role of intersectional environmentalism is considered paramount here to resist against the oppressors. And this is revitalized by Leah Thomas, who is an intersectional environmentalist and advocates this eco-critical approach to the world, which dismantles and reflects on environmentalism by reclaiming the term with an all-inclusivity. Okay, here the idea of inclusivity is emphasized to include historically excluded and underrepresented people like the people residing in the islands and people residing in lower economic regions. What happens here is the larger nations and the richer nations are treating the smaller nations and offering them as a sacrifice. The smaller nations become the sacrificial lamb for the benefit of the richer and the larger nations. And this kind of oppression continues with political pressures and the political support. So therefore, to dismantle the meaning of the term by making it all inclusive is the idea of intersectional environmentalism. And the book, which is a seminal work released in 2022, is now part of the global panel that advocates the idea of inclusivity, and the book is titled Intersectional Environmentalist: How to Dismantle Systems of Oppression to Protect People plus Planet. So these are some of the ideas which I wanted to share in this platform. And coming to another book, along with this book, which I would like to recommend for individuals, for researchers, and for the library, I would like to recommend another book for the post-seminar activity of reading. This is the recommendation I usually make in any seminar that I participate, because when seminars happen for 1 or 2 days, we talk about it and then we let go. Therefore, to bring the ideas together and to work upon it, I do a recommendation of reading for post-seminar activity. Here too, I have brought something for you under the label Go Green for Global Ecological Well-Being. And as educators, how we can contribute for the conservation and protection of the environment is a serious concern. Though we are creating awareness, everything starts from the self. Therefore, I recommend this book titled My Green School, which is an initiative for gross national happiness through education. This is an educational supportive initiative to promote happiness and well-being for individuals, for society, and for nation. It starts from individual and then it reaches the globe, the planet. I have drawn a quotation from this book. Green is not just a color, but it acts as a metaphor of critical significance because green is the organizing principle for the sustainability of life itself. This book has been penned by the former and first education minister of Bhutan under Democratic Bhutan, known as Thakur S. Paudial. And from this book, I have taken this quote and I have cited this idea in my preface in the edited book. Quote unquote, this awareness of saving the elemental in nature could be the last straw in our frail attempt to know who we are and what our place is in the grand scheme of nature. This idea is pinned in the book My Green School, which talks about 8 cardinal principles that are responsible for holistic education and for wholesome personality, and how education can contribute towards wholesome personality actually begins with natural greenery. There are 8 critical dimensions and 8 different types of greenery are discussed in this book. That begins with natural greenery, then goes on about social greenery, cultural greenery, intellectual, academic, then aesthetic, moral, and spiritual. This is how the entire Sherig Mandala, the whole cardinal principles of this mandala starts from nature, from the physical aspect of our surrounding, and it ends with the ethical aspect of our self, of human personality. And together, if we take into account all this, it not only helps in making the individual holistic, but also it can take care of the well-being of the planet. So this is the idea embedded in this book, and the Hindi edition of this book was released in 2022, and it is titled Mera Vidyanandalaya. That is the title of the Hindi edition. And then the principle that we adopt in Bhutan, which I would like to share in this platform, is my waste, my responsibility. This is the principle that is in practice, and everyone's waste is their responsibility. So we take time and energy and also the means to dispose the waste. We segregate it and dispose it properly. And there is also a community coming together to keep the environment clean by doing this community cleaning campaign every week. And every month, the shopkeepers come together and they all clean the environment. Like that, different agencies take responsibility to clean their surroundings. One week, all school students will come together, and another week, college students and the Enviro clubs members will come together to do this cleaning, and shopkeepers, business people, they take the responsibility to keep that surrounding clean. So this is a community initiative that is happening here under the logo, My Waste, My Responsibility. This is the slogan that is put into practice, which I would like to share in this intellectual platform, because it starts when we talk about ecology. Self is not separate from ecology. We cannot dissociate ourselves from our planet. Therefore, charity begins at home, and let us be responsible that self-awareness and self-management are the socio-emotional competencies which need to be developed not only in children, but as adults, we have to be reminded of our responsibility to take this initiative into the society for responsible decision making in all the platforms where we have the opportunity and chance to voice our views for a collective action for the healthy natural environment that we live and want to leave for the future generation. With this, I would like to draw my talk to a closure.
Thank you so much, ma'am.
Hope I am on time.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you for sharing your deep knowledge about your precious green world with us in detail. You have shown various aspects of ecology through your presentation. Your session was full of enthusiasm and valuable knowledge, and we will surely read the book of your recommendation. Thank you so much, ma'am, for being with us today.
Yeah, thank you, ma'am.
Now, moving on to our next plenary speaker, who has joined us from Italy. I warmly welcome Professor Elizabeth Marino, Associate Professor of English Literature at University of Rome, Tor Vergata.
Thank you so much.
Welcome, ma'am. Professor Elizabeth Marino holds prestigious position of academic and administrative responsibilities in the university. She has been the coordinator of Asia and the West Research Center since 2017. She has received a special mention at the Tor Vergata Award for Innovation in Teaching and Training. She has been an expert evaluator for PhD theses. She has been teaching abroad and International Commission, India, Slovenia, Romania, Turkey, and Spain. Taking care of the time schedule, now I would like to invite Professor Elizabeth for sharing their valuable thoughts on today's topic. Welcome, ma'am.
Thank you very much. Namaskar. Good morning, everybody. It's absolutely a pleasure to be here with you. And if I can start, today I would like to talk a little bit about the relationship between nature and the artist in Romanticism. So we will be dealing with British Romanticism, but also American Transcendentalism. So I will try to highlight the importance that nature and the relationship between man and nature actually had in both sides of the Atlantic, I mean, English and American context. So first of all, I would like to highlight the fact that in both contexts, the Industrial Revolution was changing dramatically the landscape and also the way of living that men used to have. Because beforehand, virtually everybody lived in contact with nature. The countryside was peopled by many farmers, and the connection with the natural world was much simpler. Whereas with the Industrial Revolution, both in England and in America, because there were the side effects also in America, the relationship changed. People left the countryside to move to cities, and this important bond between Mother Nature and not just the artist, but also the ordinary person became increasingly feeble. And therefore, also the lifestyle changed. People used to work 10 hours in the factories, 10, 12 hours a day. Also young people, children. I mean, even the natural rhythm of life was lost. And therefore, many writers, many artists, including, first of all, Wordsworth and Coleridge, decided to write poems that were aimed at reconstructing this lost bond with nature. In actual fact, both Wordsworth and Coleridge, in the preface to the lyrical ballads, highlighted the fact that their poems were experimental in nature. So they wanted to ascertain whether this connection with the natural world was still so important as it used to be in the past. And obviously they knew already the answer. The answer was yes, because it was important and it is important nowadays. Especially Wordsworth decided to devote himself and his artistic speculation to the study of the relationship between man and nature. If you take, for example, poems like Daffodils, and I am sure Indian students study daffodils as well as the Italian students, because probably it's one of the most well-known compositions by Wordsworth. This is a triumph of nature. This beautiful field filled with golden daffodils is what inspires the poet and enlightens his heart. But this is because Wordsworth actually drew from David Hartley, who was a philosopher living in the 18th century. And Hartley demonstrated that the kind of thoughts that we conceive are closely connected with the environment we live in. And Wordsworth elaborated on that. I will explain to you a little bit better what Hartley suggested. According to Hartley, nature, the surrounding environment, the place where we are, send out rivers of atoms. And these rivers of atoms, which he called effluvia, using the Latin word, actually hit the person and create vibrations through the spine that arrive to the brain. And the brain formulates ideas based on these vibrations. Positive vibrations and negative vibrations, because depending on the environment where you are, you can have either positive or negative vibrations. Then they produce these vibrations, simple thoughts, which can be either positive or negative. And the conjunction of these simple thoughts create complex thoughts. Therefore, as Wordsworth understood by elaborating on David Hartley's view, the place where you are is incredibly important in stimulating your ideas. And Wordsworth used to say that obviously, if you live in a green background, if you live in a polluted city, in a polluted environment, this effluvia, these atoms, will produce negative thoughts. And therefore, they will cause dejection, they will cause depression in men. So Wordsworth actually believed that if you live immersed in a negative environment, such as the city, which is polluted, you cannot but conceive negative thoughts. This explains why Wordsworth was fostering a return to nature, because nature to him was invigorating. Because obviously, if you are in the countryside, if you breathe the fresh air, if you live at a natural pace, not the unnatural pace of the production in factories, then your thoughts will be positive and you will be healed from the dejection and from a sort of apathy, that's how he called it, a lethargy that somehow affects as a disease the whole society. In actual fact, the lyrical ballads were written by Wordsworth and Coleridge in order to revive the minds of the people who were asleep, because the thoughts that they produced in this polluted environment couldn't but be negative. Wordsworth and Coleridge were not the only romantic writers who delved into the relationship between man and nature. Also the Shelleys, also Keats, considered the relationship with nature as pivotal in their art. Keats, for example, drew inspiration from the natural world. Think, for example, about his Ode to a Nightingale. And he used the metaphor of the nightingale, the metaphor of a natural being, to express the value of poetry. The nightingale himself or itself will die, the poet will die, but the nightingale's song will survive, just as the poet's song, the poet's poems and compositions will survive. Also, Lord Byron tried to delve into the relationship between man and nature by lingering on the description of beautiful landscape, especially in one of his masterpieces, Childe Harold's Pilgrimage. If you take the canto number 4 of Childe Harold's Pilgrimage, the one that is focused on his experience in Italy, you will find beautiful natural descriptions that are used by Byron as prompts to elaborate on other topics. For example, he passes from the contemplation of the beautiful lakes, exactly where I live, in the Castelli Romani area surrounding Rome. He passes from the contemplation of beautiful and serene nature to create a contrast with the turmoil, the troublesome Italian political situation. So he creates a clash between the serene environment of nature and how men, with their own struggles, with their own intention to prevaricate over the other, destroy the natural rhythm. Also, Percy Shelley and Mary Shelley. Percy Shelley, for example, in Ode to the West Wind, used the metaphor of the wind coming from the west, so a natural metaphor, to indicate actually the ideas, the revolutionary ideas that were coming from the west, were coming from America, to vivify an environment that had become too conservative from the point of view of politics. So this is also very important. And also Mary Shelley in Frankenstein, for example. If you take the creature of Frankenstein, when the creature is just created, just born, and is good, the creature obeys to the state of nature. When the creature is not affected by a society that judges by his appearance, the creature lives according to the natural rhythm, and he is vegetarian, he feeds on berries, he doesn't drink wine, he is good and gentle to any natural being, to the landscape, and it is only when he is affected negatively by society that he becomes a monster. So Mary Shelley is saying that everything that is unnatural is connected with what men built over nature. But on the contrary, if we follow the natural state and the natural rhythm, then we are bound to prosper and be happy. She also elaborated in another novel on the theme of nature. And this novel, which is The Last Man, a novel that Mary Shelley published after a return to Britain from Italy in 1826, is a novel that turns out to be pivotal even nowadays because it deals with a pandemic. This is a novel that I actually explained to my students during the pandemic when we were in a lockdown situation. And they related very much with what Mary Shelley was saying. The pandemic stems from the East. She is the daughter, because she is a woman, the pandemic is the daughter of the Nile. That's how Mary Shelley calls it. And the pandemic affects only men. It is a sort of punishment for men and women because they tried to impose over nature a rhythm that was not natural. They tried to exploit nature, and they also established between themselves relationships of power. Actually, the pandemic from the East arrives to the West because of a war. In Constantinople, the West was trying to invade the East, but actually the East strikes back against its oppressor by spreading this pandemic. And it's very interesting, the fact that men die one by one, but nature thrives. There are descriptions which are very close to what I think we all saw. We saw it in Italy, and I am sure you saw it in India as well. The fact that nature was taking back the room, the places, the spaces that she had been deprived of. The fields described by Mary Shelley are in full bloom. Animals are thriving, they are reproducing themselves, they leave the farm to go to the fields and graze and be happy, while all the human beings actually pay for their own negligence of nature. They pay for their own intention to conquer nature, and nature strikes back. The story is set in the future. The story is actually set in 2073, so the future even for us now. And Mary Shelley just wanted to send out a strong message to the future generation that maybe we should have listened to more carefully. And the message is, you have to establish a bond of mutual nurturing with nature, because otherwise, if you try to dominate nature, you will pay for that, because nature cannot be dominated. Nature is a mother. Nature is not a slave. From England, I would like to move now to America. And very briefly, since we have 10 minutes, very briefly, 10-12 minutes, I would like to explore the way American transcendentalism dealt with nature. As I said at the beginning of my short talk, that there is no distinction between God, nature, and man. That is to say, the Spirit of God pervades nature and pervades man. The Spirit of God is everywhere. And therefore, you cannot afford to wage war against anybody. You cannot afford to destroy nature, because by so doing, you will wage war against God. You will destroy God. So, poets tried to create is just universal friendship, a bond of universal brotherhood between men, women, and nature. And this was first stated by Ralph Waldo Emerson in a wonderful text that Emerson published in 1836 entitled Nature. And in Nature, I said, Emerson demonstrates that between men, nature, and God, there is no difference. And you can worship nature, you can look after nature, you can look after your own brothers, sister, and anybody from any background, because by so doing, you actually worship God. So instead of being a hierarchical in the context of Puritan, it is considered now like a community involving all the human beings and all the non-human beings, that is, animal and nature. Emerson also drew on the Indian tradition, because he replaced the concept of the Holy Ghost. You know that according to the Trinity, there is the Father, the Son, and the Holy Ghost. He got rid of the Son, because the Son is no longer necessary, as men and women are born without sinless. Okay, so there is no need of the Son, and the Holy Ghost is replaced with the concept of Brahman Atman, that is this huge universal soul pervading nature, pervading man, and participating in anybody. And through the Brahman Atman, through this universal soul, we become all brothers and sisters. Another artist that delved into the relationship between men and women in the American context is Henry David Thoreau, who was actually the most famous disciple of Ralph Waldo Emerson. Henry David Thoreau wrote and published in 1850 to live on his own for 2 years, abandoning society, because he didn't want to be consumistic, he didn't want to be involved in a society that buys and sells everything, and he wanted to go back to nature. So he lived for 2 years on his own. He farmed the land, he planted seeds, he fed on what the products of his fields were, and he lived peacefully for 2 years. And then he decided to share his experience with a wider readership. Not because he wanted everybody to leave society and go and live on their own on the shores of a lake. No, it was not that. But he wanted to demonstrate that you can actually live much happier, a much happier life if you refuse to be part of these horrendous mechanisms we are all part of. That is a mechanism that pushes you to buy, to accumulate, to consume goods, and to move further away from nature and from a natural way of living. In one of the chapters of Walden or Life in the Woods, Henry David Thoreau even encourages his readers to go back to a natural style of life. And he says, we all need an alarm clock. We all need somebody from outside to set the goals of our life. We have a routine which is not set by ourselves, but it is set by our employer, the society, our commitments, and we have to eat certain things because we are pushed to eat certain things. We have to buy certain things because consumeristic society pushes you to buy certain things. Instead, he said, you can be independent from all this. And meaningfully enough, his experiment, because he calls it an experiment on the lake, begins on the 4th of July, which is Independence Day. Only in this case, the independence is hinting at is not the independence from the mother country, but it is the independence, the mental independence from what is not natural in our life. I will conclude with a rapid mention of the epitome of transcendentalism, the poet who actually brought transcendentalism to its apex. I'm talking about Walt Whitman, who uses a natural metaphor to entitle his most important book, Leaves of Grass, a collection of poems. Leaves of Grass uses, as I said, this natural metaphor to indicate the fact that we are all equal. We are like the blades of grass, the same color everywhere, the same shape everywhere. So we cannot impose ourselves on anybody because we are all brothers and sisters. We are all like leaves of grass. And the collection that he actually created was concocted in such a way as to mirror the organic texture of nature. And I explain to you why. Whitman published for the first time Leaves of Grass in 1855, but he republished this text over and over and over again until the so-called deathbed edition at the end of the 19th century, just before he died. And Leaves of Grass grew as Whitman grew, because he included more poems, so the collection actually organically grew. And he also decided to shift the location of some poems from the beginning till the end. Then he inserted new lines because he wanted to show that to be alive, poems need to be regarded as natural organisms. as natural living beings. And so his collection grew with him and participated also in the historical circumstances. The first cover of Leaves of Grass was green, obviously, because it's a natural word. But during the Civil War, when he republished Leaves of Grass, so between the period of 1861 and 1865, the cover of Leaves of Grass turned red because it mirrored the land stained by the blood of all those soldiers from both sides of the barricade that died for this war that to him was senseless, because we are all brothers and sisters, and we should learn from nature how to go back to a wider community in which we are all interconnected. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Professor Elizabeth Marino, for your influential message on perception on nature and its role in both British and American Romanticism, which is capable of consoling, comforting, teaching, and warning against humankind excesses and pride. We rarely get this kind of opportunity to listen to the words of a great knowledgeable speaker from all across the country. We are charmed by your sharp fluency. Thank you once again for sparing your valuable time and insights in the area of today's topic. I hope your address would have paved way to understand the importance of Romanticism. Thank you once again.
Thank you. Thank you. It's been an absolute pleasure.
Before moving on, Dr. Priyanka Singh would like to say a few words to you.
Hello, Professor Marino. It was an absolute delight listening to you. And I actually wanted to use this platform to inform all our participants who've joined us across the country and across the globe as well, that Professor Marino has been very kind enough not only to accept our invitation right away, but she's also been on our list of donors. She's donated her honorarium to the Needy Student Scholarship Fund. We are indebted to you. We are so much thankful to you for your kind gesture, ma'am. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much indeed.
Thank you, ma'am. We have been listening to eminent speakers since morning. All these valuable insights gave us a new perspective that one should adopt in their practices. Now, I would like to invite my worthy senior colleague, Dr. Hema Sukhija, our session coordinator of our valedictory session of today's one-day interdisciplinary conference. Over to you, ma'am.
Thank you, Madam Kiran Kevaria. Soon we are going to start valedictory session. Dear participants, we will start valedictory session at 4:04 p.m. sharp.
Welcome, Mr. Karan Sikri, sir.
Good evening, ma'am.
Good evening. Very good morning. Good evening, sir. Within few minutes, we will start the valedictory session. We are waiting for the chief guest and the next guest of honor to join this valedictory session.
Hello.
Hello.
Hello. Good afternoon, ma'am.
Good afternoon. Hi, ji.
Hello.
Namaskar, sir.
Namaskar, ma'am. Hello. I am Sukhbir Singh, ma'am. I want to present my research article, ma'am.
Who is on this side?
Hello.
Anji. Hello, sir. Sir, actually presentation was already completed in the technical sessions. So now valedictory session has been started. We will share feedback link after valedictory session.
पाँच किलो का
Our chief guest of the valedictory session is just joining the event. Good evening, sir. Welcome. Yes, sir. Audible, sir. So, good evening, everyone. It gives me great pleasure to extend you a very warm welcome on behalf of Arya Kanya Mahavidyalaya Shahabad in the valedictory session of Interdisciplinary International Conference Ecology, Interpretation, Intersection and Interstices. I would like to express my heartiest welcome to Honorable Professor Anil Kumar Vashisht for honoring our invitation to be the chief guest of the valedictory session of this international conference. I also welcome our guest of honor, Professor Jitendra Sharma, Professor Biotechnology Department, Kurukshetra University, Kurukshetra. And I also welcome our next guest of honor, Mr. Karan Sikri, founder of Sikri Farms. Also, hearty welcome to our management members, President Shri Ramlal Gupta ji, Vice President Shri Mahendra Kansal ji, Treasurer Shri Vishnu Bhagwan Gupta ji, Principal Ma'am Dr. Aarti Trehan, Madam Raman Kanta, Member of Managing Committee, Shri Kapil Gupta ji, Shri Kuldeep Gupta ji, Member of Managing Committee, and special welcome to all dignitaries present online, and also heartiest welcome to our press and faculty members. We have been listening to eminent speakers deliberating in areas of ecology, interpretation, intersection, and interstices since morning. And all these valuable insights gave us a new perspective that one should adopt while discussing these issues. And now, I invite Madam Principal Dr. Aarti Trehan for the formal welcome address. Over to you, ma'am.
Good afternoon, one and all. Honorable Chief Guest, Professor Anil Vashisht ji, Dean Academic Affairs, Kurukshetra University, Kurukshetra. Guest of Honor, Professor Jitendra Sharma ji, Dean Faculty of Life Sciences. Guest of Honor, Shri Karan Sikri ji, MD and Founder Sikri Farms. Respected President Arya Kanya Mahavidyalaya Shahabad Shri Ramlal ji, Vice President Shri Mahendra Kansal ji, members of Managing Committee, accomplished speakers, distinguished invited guests, esteemed delegates from India and abroad, members from media, worthy faculty members, convener Dr. Priyanka Singh, co-convener Dr. Poonam Sivaj, and organizing committee. I, Dr. Aarti Trehan, Principal of Arya Kanya Mahavidyalaya, welcome you all during the valedictory session of DHE-sponsored Interdisciplinary International Conference on Ecology, Interpretation, Intersections, and Interstices. Friends, we all know ecology enriches our world and is crucial for human well-being. The crying call of environment that we are witnessing is like an iceberg which is posing serious challenge to our existence. The core elements, economic growth, social inclusion, environmental protection, are interconnected, and it is very crucial to harmonize them for ecological balance. As responsible stakeholders have participated in this conference to deliberate on different aspects of ecology and endeavors to make world a better place to live in. And so on this valedictory session of the conference, I feel highly honored to welcome our most distinguished chief guest, Professor Anil Vashisht ji. He is not only eminent scholar and able administrator at par excellence, and also a highly knowledgeable and learned person. We find in him knowledge combined with action. A very warm welcome to you, sir. I would also like to extend a warm welcome to our honorable guest of honor, Shri Jitendra Sharma ji, Dean Faculty of Life Sciences, Kurukshetra University, Kurukshetra, a very eminent scholar. Welcome, sir. I also feel privileged and glad to welcome our worthy guest of honor, Shri Karan Sikri ji, MD and founder of Secret Forms, who is action-oriented person for environment. Lot of work for vermicomposting from his side to protect environment. A very hearty welcome to you, sir. Today, words are not enough to express our sincere gratitude to dignitaries for taking out their precious time to grace this valedictory session. Thank you all. Thank you. Jai Hind, Jai Bharat.
Thank you, ma'am. I welcome Professor Jitendra Sharma, sir, from Department of Biotechnology in this valedictory session. Welcome you, sir.
Thank you.
And now, I invite Ms. Swati Atri, Organizing Secretary of this conference, for presenting report of the conference. So welcome, ma'am.
Thank you, Hema ma'am. Good evening, one and all. Now, I will going to present the report of the conference. A one-day DHE-sponsored interdisciplinary international conference on ecology, interpretation, and interstices were organized in virtual mode by the FDP cell under the aegis of IQAC on 28 March 2023. It was the first ever international conference organized by Arya Kanya Mahavidyalaya Shahabad. The objectives of the conference were to deliberate on current environmental issues across different disciplines, to discuss environmental sustenance strategies, and to identify practical solutions for ecological balance. The conference was attended by 215 participants from across the globe, and total of 176 presentations were made in 9 parallel tracks in 4 different languages, that is Hindi, English, Punjabi and Sanskrit. The conference was divided into 5 sessions, including inaugural and valedictory sessions. In the inaugural sessions, Professor Rana Nair, retired professor from Punjab University, Chandigarh, and Professor S.K. Tripathi, Department of Physics, Punjab University, Chandigarh, and Professor V.K. Garg, Central University of Punjab, delivered their expert opinion on the theme of the conference. In the plenary session 1, Professor K.P. Singh, University of Delhi, highlighted the positive impact that NEP would have on environment. Next, Dr. Ramesh Prasad Sapkota from Central Department of Environmental Science, Kathmandu, Nepal, stressed on the necessity to take immediate steps to preserve the ecology. Dr. Virender Singh Dhillon, Department of History, Maharaja Agrasen College, Jagadri, gave historical perspective on the impact of ecology due to technological advancements. In the panel technical presentations, 9 resource persons and session chairs deliberated on diverse subjects ranging from arts and humanities to commerce and management to science and technologies. In the post-lunch plenary session 2, Professor S. Chitra discussed on the voices of literary eco-warriors from Writing for the Green World, and Professor Elizabeth Marino from University of Rome deliberated on nature and artists between romanticism and transcendentalism. From the deliberation, the objective with which the conference was planned were addressed to the satisfaction. Thank you one and all. Jai Bharat, Jai Hind.
Thank you, ma'am Swati. And now, going to the next step of the conference, now I request Dr. Sukanta Burman from West Bengal for sharing views in brief about the conference.
Good afternoon, madam. Good afternoon, everybody present here. Thank you so much, Arjakonna Mahavidyalaya, Shabag Markanda, for organizing such a beautiful one-day international seminar and that is also within stipulated time, on ecology, interpretations, intersections, and interstices. I have been highly benefited from this excellent and wonderful international conference, and I hope many like me, they have also been highly benefited from this conference. So I must say some words about the conference. In short, firstly, in the inaugural session, Professor Rana Nayak, he has highlighted on several points like a symbiotic life, like he has talked about epics like Ramayana and the Mahabharata, and Narmada Dam, Medha Patkar, Greta Thunberg. In the time after him, Professor S.K. Tripathi also talked about ecology, technological hazards, and issues like China-Taiwan issues, etc. Professor Vinod Kumar Garg also talked about various kinds of pollution, air, water, and land pollutions, and uh, uh, also found out some ways to how to tackle them. In plenary session 1, Professor K.P. Singh, he talked about digital governance, e-governance, and in plenary session 2, Dr. Ramesh Prasad Sapkota from Nepal, he talked about disturbances in ecosystem in forest life of Nepal particularly, and also urban restoration with so many other things. In plenary session 2, Dr. Virendra Singh Dhilo, he talked about man, technology, and ecology. And then in the second half of the session, speaker number 1, Dr. S. Chitre from the Royal University of Bhutan, he talked about a particular book. He talked about Voice of Literary Eco-Warriors, about Ruskin Bond, about deep ecological studies, about Amitabh Ghosh, and about so many things. And with the slogan "Go Green" and "My Waste, My Responsibility," which attracted the attention of many. And the final session, which was the main attraction of this conference, a beautiful lecture was delivered by Professor Elizabeth Merino. She was the associate professor of University of Rome. She talked about man, nature, British Romanticism, American Transcendentalism, and he concluded with she concluded with references to Brahmana Attana, that is the huge universal soul, and with a reference to leaves of grass. So on the whole, I think as a participant, this conference, international conference, was a huge success. Congratulations to team Arya Kanna Mahavidyalaya for that. Thank you so much.
Thank you, sir. And now I invite Dr. Upasna Ahuja ma'am for sharing her views about the conference.
Thank you, ma'am. Am I audible?
Yes, ma'am, audible.
Respected Chief Guest, Professor Anil Vishishji, Guest of Honors, Principal Ma'am, and all my dear colleagues. With due respect, first of all, I congratulate Arya Kanya Mahavidyalaya, Shahabad Markanda, for organizing its first international conference on such a useful and interesting topic, ecology, interpretations, intersection, and indices, which is need of the hour. I congratulate Dr. Aarti, principal of the college, who is a dynamic leader, and under her able guidance, this conference would have been possible. I congratulate the convener, Dr. Priyanka Singh, whose untiredless and restless efforts has made this conference a fruitful and knowledgeable. The invited lineup speakers were so knowledgeable that they have enlightened everyone and has opened the new areas for the holistic approach. And the sub themes were decided in such a lucid manner that everyone was eager to, and every concept was covered under this. और मतलब जहां तक इस कॉन्फ्रेंस का सवाल है, हर एक व्यक्ति के दिमाग में यही चीजें आती हैं कि आज हमने अपनी पृथ्वी का इतना ज्यादा दोहन कर लिया, इतना ज्यादा नेचुरल रिसोर्सेज को हमने जो है खत्म कर दिया कि आज हमें एड्स के थ्रू बच्चों को भी ये बताने की जरूरत पड़ रही है कि एक बच्चा गार्बेज के उसमें बैठ जाता है और ये कहता है कि हमारे फ्यूचर के लिए आपको छोड़ नहीं रहे। तो इन सब चीजों को मतलब ग्लोबल वार्मिंग आज हमारे हर पर्सन के मुंह पे है ये चीज कि हमें किस तरीके से ग्लोबल वार्मिंग के कारण हम कितना परेशान हो रहे हैं। और अभी जैसे मैडम अलीजा वेद कह भी रही थी कि अगर अगर हम ये सोचते हैं कि हम अपनी मतलब अपने उसको वर्शिप कर रहे हैं या इसको एनवायरनमेंट को अगर टेकअप केयर कर रहे हैं, तो उस वक्त हम भगवान की पूजा कर रहे हैं। तो नेचुरली यही चीज हमारे उसमें होने चाहिए। हमें जब वर्थ अर्थ डे या एनवायरनमेंट डे या वाटर डे मना लेने से हमें कुछ नहीं होगा, बल्कि इस तरह की कॉन्फ्रेंसेज में जो हमारे सामने चीजें निकल करके आई हैं, जो भी नॉलेज हम लोगों को मिली है, उससे कॉन्फ्लिक्ट congratulate you all on your progress. It was a splendid event in terms of intellectual and so fiction. Organization was smooth, well organized, and efficient throughout. Whole team organization can be proud of your achievement and contribution of the faculty members. Thank you all for giving me opportunity. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Ladies and gentlemen, we feel privileged to have distinguished guest of honor, Mr. Karan Sikri, among us. Mr. Karan Sikri is the founder of Sikri Farms that houses one of the largest vermicompost manufacturing units that India has ever seen. Mr. Karan is a third generation farmer turned entrepreneur, a man on a mission. Mr. Karan has been a strong promoter of Save Soil, Save Water from the last 16 years. When it comes to saving nature and soil, Karan has been a constant force to reckon with. He started out as a young farmer with a vision to make scalable organic vermicompost a reality. Today, with more than 11 awards to his name, Karan features among the prominent speakers on organic agriculture inputs across the Asian continent. He is a proud recipient of Indian National Award by Indian Council of Agriculture Research in 2016. Moreover, with sharp focus on technological advancements and innovations in agriculture, Sikri Farm's efforts have been relentless and very fruitful for the industry. With a clear vision of developing a sustainable ecosystem essential for human health and well-being, Mr. Khan is the fountainhead of the idea of this project and a center of excellence as everything converges towards him. So let us have the privilege of listening such as young and talented entrepreneurs. So now I invite Mr. Karan Sikri to address us. Over to you, sir.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. At first, I would like to thank Arya Kanya Mahavidyalaya for having me to this esteemed event. And I would like to also congratulate the stakeholders for organizing such a great event, as well as I would like to provide my gratitude to the founders of Arya Kanya Mahavidyalaya. When I visited this place for the first time few months back, I was really amazed with the vision of the founders at that time when they laid the foundation of this institute. So my deep gratitude towards them. So I would like to tell you my feelings about this whole mission. Currently we are, as ma'am introduced, currently we are into organic fertilizer manufacturing. So we consume thousands of tons of raw material of agricultural waste and convert it into organic compost, which is also helping in replenishing the soil. And today we are producing around 15,000 metric tons of compost annually. So it gave us a mission of Save Soil. So today Sikri Farms, the company which I represent, is a proud enterprise of having a mission called Save Soil. But as we go along, like we evolve. So it's been a journey of around 18 years, and recently I realized that this is not enough. We have to move forward, and we have to think 360 degrees, and we have to think in a holistic manner. So I came across a document of United Nations, which was created by United Nations General Assembly. It's called 17 Sustainable Development Goal, the SDG. So that SDG has been, a great connection, which I can feel and see now, and they want to complete those SDG by 2030. So we are committed to complete that by 2029, when we will be celebrating our 25 years of establishment. So what is SDG? It is yes, it is all about having zero hunger, good health. Basically they are collaborating the environment, social and economic aspects. So they are merging all these three pillars together. I would like to also convey and give this message to the young entrepreneurs and the startups who are looking to start some business or start their careers. It is very important that we become conscious about the planet. I will give you a small example. When I came to farming, my own land, my own farmland, organic carbon was 0.2%, and I learned from the scientists across that before the Green Revolution, like 40 years back, it was around 1%. So we made this mission out of that whole, whole statement that we would be contributing enough to get that 1% mark. So today we are.
Sorry to interrupt you, sir. Sir, please try to complete your.
Carbon to 0.6, because
Mr.
I
Karan,
also,
sir,
if it goes to zero, then it's totally exhausted. It's
Karan,
totally
sir.
depleted, and it takes like half a millennia to build like 2 centimeters of living soil, and seconds to destroy it, and we are destroying it with the unconscious efforts and unconscious use of chemicals. And so we have to be conscious in whatever field. If you read those 17 sustainable development goals, you will learn that there is a lot of scope. If we even do our business, we can move around those goals, and it can be a real win-win, that we also save our world, and we also save our community and our life. So everything is connected. So we also witness the COVID era. So it is a big realization to the world that everything is connected, and we must be conscious, and we must be taking steps to save this earth with all the green measures, with all the sustainable measures, and let's bring this earth to that level that we replenish it, we regenerate it, and we really make it greener. So that is my message. Thank you for having me, and it's been a great honor. I thank the whole management of Arya Kanya Mahavidyalaya. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir, for sharing your views with us. And now, I feel privileged to have our chief guest, Professor Anil Kumar Vashisht, is with us. Guru Brahma, Guru Vishnu, Guru Devo Maheshwara, Guru Sakshat Parbrahma, Tasmai Shri Guruve Namaha. I feel honored to introduce my Guru and Dean of Academic Affairs, Professor Anil Kumar Vashisht, and Chief Guest of today's session. Ladies and gentlemen, we feel privileged to have such a distinguished chief guest of this session. He is a great speaker, and I may be permitted to give a brief introduction about his accomplishment and academic attainment, etc. Professor Vashisht is an Associate Fellow of International Academy of Physical Sciences. He is Recorder of Mathematical Science Section of Indian Science Congress. Professor Vashisht has been awarded with Silver Medal Award by International Academy of Physical Sciences for outstanding research contribution. He has been also awarded with KU Applause Gold Medal and Certificate of Honor from Honorable Vice Chancellor of Kurukshetra University, Kurukshetra, Professor Somnath Sasdevaji, and also awarded Youth Red Cross Award. And he has more than 33 years of teaching and research experience. He works in research areas of mechanics of solid, theoretical seismology, smart material, and differential equations. He introduced the concept of loose boundaries in poromechanics and established constitutive theory of porous piezoelectric materials. And he has about 100 publications in international journals and 4 chapters in edited book to his credit. And he has attended more than 100 national and international conferences and has delivered about 95 invited talks or lectures. He has visited several countries for academic programs. He is on reviewer panel for many international science journals and is on editorial board of some index journals. He is associated as an external expert on board of studies, faculties, DRC selection committees to many universities in India. He is life member of academic bodies like Indian Science Congress, Indian Society of Theoretical and Applied Mechanics, Indian Mathematical Society, and International Academy of Physical Sciences. He has been Dean Student Welfare, Chairman, Department of Mathematics, Program Coordinator, Youth Red Cross Nodal Officer, KUK for Sweep Program of Election Commission of India, Convener, Student Grievance Redressal Cell, Nodal Officer for Online Student Grievance Redressal Cell UGC, is Director of Kurukshetra University, Kurukshetra Postgraduate Regional Center, Jean, Deputy Proctor, Kurukshetra University, Kurukshetra, and moreover, he is an eminent scholar and an able administrator at par excellence. So welcome you, sir. And at present, he is Dean of Academic Affairs and Chairman of Department of Mathematics, Kurukshetra University, Kurukshetra. And now I request Professor Vashisht, sir, Chief Guest of the valedictory session, to address us. So welcome you, sir. Over to you, sir.
Thank you, Dr. Hema. Please once verify that my voice is okay.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Okay. Respected Sri Lamnaji, President, Managing Committee, Arya Kanya Mahavidyalaya, Shahabad Markanda, Vice President, other Management Committee members, Professor Jitendra Sharma, Dean, Faculty of Life Sciences, my colleague and friend from Department of Biotechnology, Shri Karan Singh Sikri ji, MD Sikri Farms. Just now we were hearing him. Dr. Aarti Trahan ji, Principal Arya Kanna Mahavidyalaya. Dr. Priyanka Singh, Dr. Poonam, Dr. Hema, other esteemed faculty members, participants, and dear students. I'm happy to know that Arya Kanya Mahavidyalaya is organizing this international conference on a very important subject, ecology, its interpretations, intersections, and interstices. This subject is a concern of us all, not only for listening, not only for expressions, but participation at large by every individual. And responsibility as a awakened citizen in the form of researchers, teachers, educators, and students, our responsibility is multiplied many times. I'm very happy that this program is being held today on 28th of March. And what a coincidence. See, before 2 days, we were having the centenary of the one of the event, that is the 26th March 1974. 26 मार्च 1974 का इस प्रोग्राम के साथ बहुत विशेष एक संबंध बनता है। ये वो दिन है इतिहास का जिस दिन चिपको आंदोलन की शुरुआत हुई। हम में से बहुत से लोगों को मालूम है इस समय के उत्तराखंड और उस समय के उत्तर प्रदेश के जोशीमठ ब्लॉक में एक गांव था रैनी, और उस रैनी गांव में जब जंगल की जमीन को काटने के लिए पेड़ों का ठेका दिया गया तो वहां की महिलाओं ने, वहां की एक प्रधान थी गौरा देवी, उसके नेतृत्व में हर पेड़ के साथ चिपक करके उसको रोका और उसके बाद इस आंदोलन की शुरुआत हुई। वहां से ये नैनीताल पहुंचा और पूरे देश के अंदर चिपको आंदोलन के रूप में ये चला। तो बड़ी, मुझे इसकी जिक्र मैंने दो कारणों से किया। एक तो 2 दिन पहले उस दिन को हमने याद किया 26 मार्च के तौर पर, और दूसरा पहलू जिस कारण से मैंने इसका जिक्र किया है आज, वह ये था कि जो चिपको आंदोलन की जब शुरुआत हुई तो संयोगवश उस दिन उस आंदोलन में कोई भी पुरुष आसपास था ही नहीं। कोई कारण रहा कि क्या बात थी कि वहां उस गांव में उस टाइम कोई भी पुरुष मौजूद ही नहीं, और ये सारा आंदोलन की जो शुरुआत है वो केवल रैनी गांव की महिलाओं के द्वारा। तो महिला कॉलेज के द्वारा किए जा रहे इकोलॉजी के इस इंटरनेशनल कॉन्फ्रेंस के दिन, इसलिए मैंने इस बात को रखने के लिए तर्कसंगत समझा और आपके साथ साझा किया। और उसके बाद की हिस्ट्री है जो हम सबको पता है कि पहले उस चिपको आंदोलन से, उस दिन के आंदोलन से पहले सरकार ने कमेटी बनाई, सरकार को झुकना पड़ा। 10 साल के लिए किसी भी प्रकार के पेड़ को काटने के लिए प्रतिबंध लगा, और उसके बाद वो प्रतिबंध चलता रहा, ना केवल रैनी गांव में बल्कि सारे उत्तराखंड में और इवन गुजरात में ये चलता है। You see, about this ecology aspects, technical aspects will be covered by Professor Jitendra Sharma, my colleague and able person and knowledgeable person in this regard. But I just want to touch another 1 to 3 issues, and then I will finish because I'm in some other meeting, so I have to go. In the last 5 years, we have lost the forest of 6,68,400 hectares in India in the last 5 years. इस विनाश की दर को देखना अपने आप में बड़ा ही दर्दनाक है, बड़ी पीड़ा देता है। और ये जो पीड़ा है, जब और कारणों की तरफ हम देखते हैं तो वो बढ़ती है। आज के संदर्भ में मुझसे पूर्व वक्ता जो बात शेयर कर रहे थे, से फॉर एग्जांपल Now we are using 1.6 Earth to maintain our current way of life. We are not keeping the generation restorations for becoming as per the UNEP code. Another fact which concerns us all, that is 1 million of world total species. It is estimated that total species are 8 millions of the plants and the animals. So out of those 8 million species, 1 million species, they are threatened. I'm saying with the source of the IPBES. And some of them are on the verge of the extinction. यानी कि प्रकृति के 1/8 का जो हिस्सा है वो या तो खतरे में है या लुप्त हो चुकी है या लुप्त प्राय होने जा रही। तो ये कंसर्न हम सबको सोचने पे आज के दिन ये जरूर मजबूर करता है कि कुछ सोचें। 75% of the earth land surface the human has altered due to its need and greed both. It means that include the 85% of the wetland area also. Again, I'm putting it with the source of the IPBS. अब खाने की जरूरत के लिए, रहने की जरूरत के लिए इंसान ने 75% हिस्से को नाकारा कर दिया। और तो 66% of the ocean area is impacted by the human activities, be it fisheries, be it the pollution, both, and the both. Even if you see further, 90% of the world's marine fish stocks have been fully exploited or overexploited, or it has come to the stage of the depletion. जिस स्रोत को हम अपने भोजन के लिए असीमित समझते हैं, ऐसी समझने की गलती करते हैं, उसका 90% आज मानव अपने भोजन के लिए एक्सप्लॉइट कर चुका है और वो ओवर एक्सप्लॉइट के भी ऊपर की रेंज में पहुंच गया है। Population explosion is one of the cause of the concern for the sustainable development, for maintaining the ecosystem, because for our food need, the agriculture alone, due to the agriculture for the food cultivation, 24,000 of the 28,000 species, they are on the verge of the extinction. कारण है
Excuse me, sir. Left the meeting. He will be joining soon. Due to some technical reason, sir has left the meeting, so he will be joining soon.
Sorry, I went out of और इस सिस्टम में चलता है कि सब आप सबसे कट के स्वयं से बात करने लग जाते हो. So I don't know where was I when I left the system or I was out of the system. So briefly I summarize now because we are waiting for the resolution. I'm happy that many course of the advancement has been done in this intellectual discourse today on ecology. So uh, we should keep continuing this program. I'm happy that principal organizers and management committee gave me the chance to be a part of this system in the valedictory session. Although I wanted to be a part in fully by speaking to you by at least 15 to 20 minutes in the main sessions as the technical session, but somehow due to some reason I'm outside my university for some meeting, and so I could not be part of that fully. Anyway, my all congratulations for the organizing team, for the participants, for making this organizing this program and making it successful, and that too organizing on the special relevance day connecting with the 26th March celebrations. So thank you all, thank you organization teams. My deepest thank yous to everyone for making me or inviting me, giving me honor to be part of this valedictory function. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir, for your influential message and sparing your valuable time out of your busy schedule. How beautifully you relate Chipko Andolan with today's conference, and we should keep in mind if we want to save our environment, then every man, every woman have to do something in this field. So thank you once again, sir, on behalf of our college and myself. I'm very much thankful to you. And now, I feel privileged to introduce our next guest of honor, Professor Jitendra Sharma ji, which is with us. It's my honor and pleasure to introduce Professor Sharma as guest of honor of this valedictory session. Professor Jitendra Sharma ji did his MSc from CCS Haryana Agriculture University, Hisar. He also did his PhD from the same university, and his field of specialization is studies on sludge granulation process in a UASP reactor treating distillery effluent. He has been postdoctoral research fellow at Biotechnology Research Center, Toyama Prefectural University, Japan, with Professor Y. Asano in the year 2004-2005. His teaching experience is about 29 years. Professor Sharma was bestowed with Leadership for Academician Program from February 25, 2019 to March 15, 2019 by IIT BHU India in collaboration with Penn State University, USA, sponsored by MHRD, Government of India. He was also bestowed with Best Research Award in H Index category by Kurukshetra University, Kurukshetra, Overseas Associateship in 2008-9 by DBT, Government of India, Max Scholarship in Biotechnology by Japan, Government of India, from April 2004 to May 2005. And presently, he is Professor and Chairman in the Department of Biotechnology, Kurukshetra University, Kurukshetra, from 2nd April 2021. And he is Dean of Faculty of Pharmaceutical Sciences from March 21. He has completed his two research projects as principal investigator, out of which one is DBT sponsored and one is UGC sponsored. And Professor Sharma has also completed another two DBT sponsored projects as a co-investigator. One project of Dr. Sharma is going on, and it is HSCIT, Government of Haryana sponsored. He has chaired many national and international conferences. He has published 104 research papers in reputed national and international journals. And now I invite Professor Jitendra Sharma ji for giving your valuable insight on ecology, interpretation, interstices, and intersections. So welcome you, sir. Over to you, sir. Due to some technical reason, our guest of honor cannot attend this meeting now. So now I invite Dr. Poonam Sivaj, co-convener of the conference, for presenting vote of thanks.
Thanks, Dr. Hima. Very good evening to all. So now we are in the end of the conference. For my part, I am almost contented just now and very thankful. Gratitude is a divine emotion. It fills the heart, but not to bursting. It warms it, but not to fever. We feel privileged here to have such charismatic personalities with us in the valedictory session of this international conference on ecology, intersections, interstices. And we rarely get this kind of opportunity to listen to the words of such great personalities. So first of all, we are thankful to our chief guest of valedictory session, Professor Anil Kumar Vasisht ji, Dean of Academic Affairs, Kurukshetra University, Kurukshetra, for gracing this international conference. In spite of being so much occupied, he gave his consent for becoming a part of the valedictory session. Thank you, sir. Sir, by giving example of Chipko movement, stated that we should try to save trees, save environment. Also, he elaborated how 1/8 part of the nature is on the verge of extinction. So he also emphasized that we should stop exploiting expression of natural resources for our needs to conserve environment. So it's a very good message he has delivered to all the participants, and through this conference we are also from the morning to this time we are conveying the same message to save the environment. So thank you, sir. Thank you for your influential message. We also extend our heartiest thanks to Shri Karan Sikri ji, MD and founder Sikri Farms, Shahabad Markanda, for accepting our invitation of guest of honor of the valedictory session. He houses largest vermicompost
manufacturing units in Asia. He is a strong promoter of save soil, save water, and he is recipient of many awards. He is working in this field of save soil, save nature, save water since last 16 years. In his farm, thousands of tons of organic waste is transformed into organic compost. So in this way, he is doing 3 jobs simultaneously. First, cleaning the area, then cleaning of the area, then next is producing compost, alternative, which is alternative of urea, and then last saving the soil. So also by his presence, the scope of our conference extended beyond the academicians to the industry. So thank you, sir. Thank you very much. Or Karan sir has gave his consent for this conference. So thank you, sir. Thank you very much. We also feel privileged to have Professor Jitendra Sharma, Dean Faculty of Life Sciences, Kurukshetra, University Kurukshetra, as the guest of honor of the valedictory session. Also, heartfelt thanks to Director Higher Education for accepting our proposal for international conference and sponsoring the conference. We are thankful to the chairpersons of various parallel sessions for parallel technical presentation sections, Mrs. Vinita Gupta, Dr. Yogesh Chandra, Mrs. Bhamni Tejpal, Mr. Vineet Jain, Dr. Pooja Sethi Sharma, Dr. Vishal Gupta, Madam Sonia, and Mr. Suresh Kumar. So thank you all of you, sir. Now we are thankful to all our delegates and guests from various institutions from India and abroad for being part of this conference and making it successful by presentation of papers, oral as well as poster presentations. We also wish to express our gratitude to our managing committee members, Shri Ramlal ji, President, Shri Mahinder Kansal ji, Vice President, Shri Vishnu Bhagwan Gupta ji, Treasurer, Shri Kuldeep Gupta ji, Madam Raman Kanta ji. Thank you all for being part of our conference and providing constant support and guidance throughout the organization of this conference. We are very much thankful to our principal, ma'am, Dr. Aarti Trehan, for motivating us to organizing this event and for providing constant guidance and support and remaining with us from first to last day of this organization of this event. Thank you, ma'am. We are also thankful to the press for taking coverage of today's event. At last, we are thankful to our whole organizing team, teaching as well as non-teaching staff members, for cooperating us and making this event successful by putting their special efforts. The team has been working day and night since last few days. So the credit of the grand success of this international conference goes to their hard work. So congratulations to the whole organizing team. So at last, let us give a big round of applause to all those who have made this event a grand success. So this was the last session, and let us now sum up the feedback links for the participation certificate as well as the feedback of this conference has been circulated in the chat box. Please, all the participants fill the feedback links for certificate generation. So now let us sum up the seminar with the national anthem. Thank you. All are requested to please stand up for national anthem.
Jai Hind.